Chapter 305. The aura on Yi Tianzong's body gradually recovered and became stronger. The sea of lightning above his head had dissipated and was replaced by a heavenly Daola net that covered the space and time of destiny. It descended on Yi Tianzong. The heavenly Daola net was sent down by the heavenly Tao of the Great Thousand World. It was also the final test for cultivators who wanted to become God Kings. The heavenly Daola net was an upgrade of the net of laws. Not only did it test a cultivator's comprehension of the laws, but it also tested a cultivator's willpower and state of mind. If Yi Tianzong wanted to successfully become a God King, he had to break free from the heavenly Daola net. Actually, in order to become a God King, one had to go through the heavens lightning and the heavens net of law. The heavens net of law was the most difficult. However, to Yi Tianzong, the heavens net of law was the easiest. Willpower and state of mind had always been Yi Tianzong's strengths. Therefore, Yi Tianzong successfully broke free from the heavenly Daola net in less than 15 minutes. After Yi Tianzong broke free from the heavenly Daola net, the heavenly Daola net quickly dissipated. Then, in the clouds above Yi Tianzong, a spatial gap that was about 10 feet wide suddenly appeared. From this spatial gap that suddenly appeared, a 7-colored brilliance shot out. It carried an extremely pure energy aura and shot toward Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong did not dodge, because he knew that this was a reward from the heavenly Tao of the Great Thousand World to cultivators after passing the test of the heavenly Daola net and the heavenly Daola net. Yi Tianzong opened his mind and channeled the heavenly expanse mysterious scripture with all his might to absorb the 7-colored brilliance. The energy of the 7-colored brilliance was the energy emitted by the source of heaven and earth of the Great Thousand World. The energy it contained was extremely vast and pure. Under the illumination of the 7-colored brilliance, Yi Tianzong's injuries were rapidly recovering. His soul was rapidly becoming stronger and stronger. The divine origin in his body was also rapidly transforming into more powerful divine King Dharma power. More and more divine origin was also rapidly transforming into divine King Dharma power. Yi Tianzong's aura also broke through the restraints and soared rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger. After 10 breaths, the 7-colored brilliance disappeared. Yi Tianzong's injuries were completely healed. The power of his soul had increased tenfold, and all the divine energy in his body had transformed into God King magic power. Moreover, he had recovered his strength before the tribulation. He was only left with the God King magic power. After cultivating the God King magic power, Yi Tianzong's physical strength would increase by at least tenfold. Moreover, the God King magic power in his body would also increase. Only at that time could Yi Tianzong be considered a true God King in terms of essence, energy, and spirit. The current Yi Tianzong could only be called a fake God King. Even so, Yi Tianzong's strength was dozens of times stronger than when he was at the 6th level of the mythical realm. All the tests to promote to God King had been passed. The power of the Great Thousand Worlds, heavenly Tao, dissipated. At this time, Yi Tianzong's tyrannical aura spread across the world. It swept across the entire profound spirit world and even spread to the chaotic region outside the world. The central plains, the northern frontier, the western regions, the southern wasteland, the boundless sea region, and anywhere in the vast sky, all living beings could feel Yi Tianzong's supreme aura. It was an existence that far surpassed them in terms of the origin and level of life. A supreme God King had been born. This information inexplicably appeared in the minds of all living beings in the profound spirit world. This was the will of the profound spirit world, letting all living beings know about the birth of the world's strongest. Yi Tianzong's strength had far exceeded the expectations of the will of the profound spirit world. In the mythical era, there were 15 God King experts in the profound spirit world. However, none of them could compare to Yi Tianzong in terms of strength. Even if all the God Kings were combined, they still wouldn't be able to match up to Yi Tianzong. From the 10,000 lightning bolts that Yi Tianzong encountered during his tribulation, one could tell of Yi Tianzong's inconceivable strength. The will of the profound spirit world mobilized its power to repair the shattered 9 heavens. At the same time, it revealed the eye of heaven and earth to look at Yi Tianzong. Today, when the eye of heaven and earth looked at Yi Tianzong, it had already treated Yi Tianzong as an equal existence. His status might even be higher. Yi Tianzong raised his head and looked at the eye of heaven and earth that was less than 100 zhang away from him. He smiled indifferently and transmitted his thoughts. Don't worry. Haven't we been working together very happily for so many years? I won't do anything to you. You know my background. If I want to do something, no one in the world can stop me. You can't either. In the endless space of the myriad heavens, the small 1,000 worlds, the middle 1,000 worlds, the great 1,000 worlds, and the primal chaos heavenly domain, at your peak, you should have surpassed the peak of the middle 1,000 world. You can be considered a super middle 1,000 world. As for me, I come from a super inheritance that can move unhindered in the myriad heavens. The reason why I came here to reincarnate is because I want to be promoted to a higher status in the myriad heavens that I belong to. Only when I help you recover to your peak, become a divine king, become the world lord, and suppress the hidden dangers of this world, can I successfully promote my status. So, you don't have to worry that I will harm you, because my ambition is not here. With my strength and potential, the boundless 1,000 world, the primal chaos heavenly domain, and the myriad heavens will be my stage in the future. After Yi Tianzong transmitted his thoughts, the eye of heaven and earth blinked. Then a message was transmitted to Yi Tianzong's mind. If you become the world lord, you will have the ability to enslave and kill me. How can I believe that you are telling the truth? Yi Tianzong smiled indifferently and continued to transmit his thoughts. With my current strength, there is no need to lie to you. As for becoming the world lord, you don't have to worry. We can swear to the supreme great Tao of the heavens. The supreme great Tao of the heavens controls the myriad heavens and myriad heavens. With the supreme great Tao of the heavens and myriad heavens, do you still have to worry that I will harm you? Moreover, I only need to become the world lord. It doesn't mean that I will always be the world lord. 500 years. I only need to be the lord of the world for 500 years. After I successfully promote my status, when the time is up, I will give up my status as the lord of the world and return you your freedom. For this, we can also swear to the supreme, great Tao of the heavens. Moreover, I will eventually enter the boundless 1,000 world and the primal chaos heavenly domain to explore. It is impossible for me to bring an entire world with me. So, for the sake of my future cultivation path, I can only give up my status as the world lord in the end. What do you think? Also, when dealing with the severely injured demon emperor, I will also need to become the world lord and borrow the power of the entire world to destroy the enemy. So if we cooperate, both of us will benefit. In the end, you won't lose anything. With my help, you can escape the fate of destruction and recover to your peak. If you give up on our cooperation, and I'm no match for the Demon Emperor in the final battle, I'll just give up on the promotion test and leave. Then, I'll start all over again, but you'll be completely finished. After Yi Tianzong transmitted his thoughts, he looked at the eyes of heaven and earth above him. After the will of the world repeatedly deduced according to what Yi Tianzong had said, it did not lose anything in the end. Instead, it was beneficial to it. However, if it were to refuse to cooperate with Yi Tianzong, it would definitely be heading for destruction in the future. Therefore, the eyes of heaven and earth blinked once again and transmitted a message. You can only be the world lord for 300 years. When you sign the contract, you must swear to the supreme, great Tao of the heavens. Seeing that the will of the world had agreed, Yi Tianzong was very happy in his heart, so he said, "No problem. 300 years is 300 years. Let's sign the contract now and swear to the supreme, great Tao of the heavens." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from the eyes of heaven and earth and arrived in front of Yi Tianzong. This was a contract that the will of the profound spirit world and Yi Tianzong needed to sign. After signing this contract, Yi Tianzong would be able to become the world lord of the profound spirit world for the next 300 years. Even the will of the world would have to listen to Yi Tianzong's orders. In fact, in every naturally formed world in the myriad of worlds, there would naturally be an existence similar to a contract. It was just that this contract was so important that the will of heaven and earth of any world would keep it hidden. Every naturally formed world was created by the endless time and space of the myriad heavens. Yi Tianzong first swore an oath to the myriad heavens that he would sign a contract with the profound spirit world's will of heaven and earth, and in the next 300 years, he would become the master of the world. Furthermore, after becoming the world lord, he would not enslave or kill the will of the world, nor would he do anything harmful to the world. After the 300 years were up, he would voluntarily give up his identity as the world lord. If there was a violation, he would suffer the pain of reincarnation for eternity. Chapter 306. After Yi Tianzong swore to the supreme great Tao of the heavens, Yi Tianzong felt supreme, boundless, and indescribable power flash past. In front of this power, Yi Tianzong felt that he didn't even have the qualifications to be an ant, and he couldn't even think of resisting. Is this the manifestation of the insignificant power of the supreme, great Tao of the heavens? It really is unfathomable. After Yi Tianzong sighed, he signed a contract with the will of the world of the profound spirit world. After Yi Tianzong's soul contract was signed, he immediately had a feeling of controlling everything in the world. Yi Tianzong felt that with just a thought, he could turn the world upside down, connect the heavens and the earth, and control the life and death of all living things in the world. This feeling of being able to do as he pleased made him somewhat addicted. At this time, the eye of heaven and earth, which was originally above Yi Tianzong's head, also consciously lowered its height after Yi Tianzong really became the master of the world, and it was even lower than Yi Tianzong's position. Looking at the eye of heaven and earth in front of him, Yi Tianzong felt that with just a thought, he could also control the eye of heaven and earth. After breaking away from that feeling of omnipotence, Yi Tianzong stabilized his mind and said to the eye of heaven and earth that was manifested by the will of the world, "In the future, you can do whatever you want to do. I will not interfere with you. After I cultivate the Divine King's Dharma body and completely become the Divine King, I will break the last layer of restriction on you and let you recover to your peak state. I want to go back into seclusion so you can disappear." Yes, the eye of heaven and earth blinked, and after replying to Yi Tianzong, it disappeared. And Yi Tianzong saw Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and the others flying towards him from afar. He took a step forward and stood in front of everyone, looking at the myth realm experts who were coming towards him. And when all the myth realm experts saw Yi Tianzong, it was as if they were facing the will of the world. They felt that Yi Tianzong could control their life and death. How was this possible? This question rose in all the myth realm elites' hearts in shock, but no one dared to carelessly ask about it. Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyue, Xinyu Yi Haoren, and the other higher-ups of the Haoranjian sect, and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry. From now on, I'm the immortal king." Upon hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu Yi Haoren, and the rest of the Haoranjian sect members were all relieved of their worries. Yi Tianzong then said to the Lingyun Hall master and the others, "Things have changed. My ascension to God King this time was beyond my expectations. The heavens and earth were also severely damaged and will need time to recover. I also need to go into seclusion to familiarize myself with my strength. 10 years later, when I reach the pinnacle, I will continue to break the seal of the heavens and earth. You have wasted your time. The Lingyun Hall Master and the others hurriedly said, "No, no, it is our honor to witness a mortal king ye successfully break through to God King. How could we have wasted our time? Since your highness has something else to do, we will take our leave first. We will come back in 10 years. After saying that, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, the 10 great sacred masters, and the other myth realm elites respectfully bid farewell to Yi Tianzong. After the Lingyun Hall Master and the others left, Yi Tianzong's uncle, Yi Haoyun, asked, "Tianzong, why do I feel like I'm facing the whole world when I look at you? It's as if you can control our lives and deaths. Logically speaking, even if you become the immortal king, you shouldn't make me feel like this." After Yi Haoyun finished speaking, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and the myth realm elites of the Haoranjin sect all looked at Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong said, as if he didn't care, "It's nothing. When a cultivator advances to the immortal king realm, he needs to pass the test of the way of heaven of the greater thousand world, which our world belongs to. In the test I just went through, the strength I showed was recognized by the will of heaven and earth. At the cost of making me the master of the world, the whole world will be restored to its peak, and the suppressed devil emperor will be completely eliminated so that the whole world can develop in an orderly and safe way. I have become the master of the world, and even the will of heaven and earth has to listen to my orders. That's why you have this feeling." Yi Haoyun said in surprise, "What? Tianzong, you have become the master of the world? Doesn't that mean that our Haoranjin sect is completely invincible? Who else can resist us?" As soon as Yi Haoyun finished speaking, all the myth realm elites of the Haoranjin sect showed a hint of excitement and fanaticism in their eyes. Yes, who else can disobey the will of our Haoranjin sect? Yi Tianzong said indifferently, "Indeed, no force can disobey our will, but I'm not interested in this. You can do whatever you want. I have to go back and cultivate in seclusion first. The news of my advancement to the Immortal King realm can be released first, but the Immortal King ceremony will be held in 10 years. At that time, I will also announce that I have become the master of the world. Then, I will break the seal of heaven and earth and let the world return to its peak. Everyone will have the chance to become the Immortal King." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he took Ling Xinyue and Xinyu and told Yi Haoran and the other family members. Then he stepped back to Tiangang Peak and entered the Immortal Mansion. After entering the Immortal Mansion, Yi Tianzong told Ling Xinyue and Xinyu about his feelings and process of breaking through to the Immortal King realm. Then he came in front of the colorful barrier again. He planned to enter the greater thousand world of the human race and cultivate his immortal King Dharma body in the Black Sky sect. Yi Tianzong had comprehended a total of 108 laws of heaven and earth. Then his immortal King Dharma body would need to use the origin of the laws and borrow the power of the 108 laws to cultivate. It would take too much time, and he could not make it in the profound spirit world. He could only enter the greater thousand world of the human race where time flowed 10 times faster. Even though Yi Tianzong had reached the Immortal King realm, he still went through a trance. When he regained consciousness, Yi Tianzong had already returned to the remote place where he left. After a few turns, Yi Tianzong finally returned to the Black Sky sect. After returning to the Black Sky sect, Yi Tianzong did not tell others that he had become Immortal King with great fanfare. Instead, he returned to the Haoran Peak in a low-key manner. On the Haoran Peak, he gathered about 100 important members of the Haoran camp and told them that he had broken through to the Immortal King realm. He would be going into seclusion to cultivate his immortal King Dharma body and comprehend divine abilities. He would come out in 100 years and ask them to take turns to guard him and not let anyone disturb him. After feeling Yi Tianzong's pressure that was far above theirs, all the important members of the Haoran camp were overjoyed. As the leader and founder of the camp, the stronger Yi Tianzong was, the safer they would be and the further they could go. At that moment, everyone decided to guard Yi Tianzong in groups of 10. They would take turns every 5 years. Yi Tianzong rearranged his cultivation cave and increased the power of the defensive formation. Then he went into seclusion. After entering seclusion, Yi Tianzong focused on cultivating his immortal king Dharma body. Through the 108 nomological origins in his body, Yi Tianzong summoned 108 nomological rivers. These nomological rivers coiled around Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong absorbed the power of laws from these nomological rivers to cultivate his immortal king Dharma body. As Yi Tianzong had comprehended 108 nomological origins, he could only absorb the power of 108 nomological rivers at the same time when he cultivated his immortal king Dharma body. He could not absorb them one after another. Otherwise, there would be a rejection between the nomological origins. This would not happen if he absorbed them at the same time. However, absorbing 108 nomological origins at the same time was not only slow, but it also required a lot of attention to control the speed at which he absorbed each nomological origin. This was under the condition that Yi Tianzong did not need to suppress the 108 law origins in his body. The 108 nomological origins in Yi Tianzong's body were forcefully suppressed by the endless power of the immortal mansion. Then, as Yi Tianzong gradually cultivated his immortal king Dharma body, the immortal mansion gradually relaxed its suppression of the nomological origins, allowing Yi Tianzong's body to adapt to the pressure of the nomological origins. If it were not for the immortal mansion's control, Yi Tianzong would have exploded long ago. Chapter 307. Time passed quickly. 80 years passed very quickly as Yi Tianzong focused on cultivating the God King's physique. Due to Yi Tianzong's instructions, no one knew that Yi Tianzong had broken through to the God King realm apart from over 100 core members of Haren's faction on Haren Peak. No one knew that Yi Tianzong had actually returned to the Black Heaven sect silently either. After 80 years, Yi Tianzong's progress in cultivating the God King's physique came to an end. In another 5 years, he would be able to completely cultivate the physique. This progress had exceeded Yi Tianzong's expectations slightly. When he first entered seclusion, Yi Tianzong carefully controlled the absorption of the various powers of laws. However, after spending over 50 years and completing half of the physique, Yi Tianzong felt much more relaxed. His cultivation speed also increased. The further he progressed, the easier it became. After 80 years, Yi Tianzong had already completed over 90% of the physique. In another 5 years, he would be able to complete it completely. In the process of cultivating the godly king Dharma body, the origin of laws that had been suppressed in Yi Tianzong's body by the vast expanse immortal abode also gradually changed its position. It began to slowly circulate in Yi Tianzong's body according to the direction of the Tiangang earthly terminus infinite formation. Another 5 years passed. As he absorbed the last strand of power of laws, Yi Tianzong finally completed cultivating the physique. After completely cultivating the godly king Dharma body, Yi Tianzong felt that the strength and toughness of his body had increased by hundreds of times compared to before. Just by relying on the physique strength, Yi Tianzong felt like he could kill ordinary peak god kings. Moreover, Yi Tianzong's God King Dharmic power had increased by several hundred times compared to before he had cultivated a God King Dharmic body. His strength was completely different from before. The power of the immortal mansion on Yi Tianzong faded away, and the 108 origins of laws in Yi Tianzong's body began to operate according to the trajectory of the heavenly spirit's earthly evils infinitum array. Yi Tianzong was also able to withstand the pressure of 108 law origins by himself. However, when Yi Tianzong sensed the origin of laws within his body that was operating according to the orbit of the heavenly spirit earth terminus infinite formation, he found that this heavenly spirit earth terminus infinite formation was formed when the immortal mansion was suppressing the origin of laws within Yi Tianzong's body. It could also be said that it was formed under the guidance of the power of the immortal mansion, and possessed an extremely powerful and unfathomable power. Yi Tianzong only knew that it was called the Heavenly Spirit Earth Terminus Infinite Formation, and only had a superficial understanding of the mysteries of this formation. Yi Tianzong did not consider the matter of the Heavenly Spirit Earth Terminus Infinite Formation for the time being. It was within his body anyway, so he would be able to figure it out sooner or later. He silently estimated that if he unleashed all 108 origins of laws, his body would only be able to withstand it for an instant at most with the current toughness of his body. Any longer and his body would completely collapse. Yi Tianzong still had a very, very long way to go before he could unleash all the power of the laws as he wished. With his preliminary God King's physique, Yi Tianzong could unleash all 20 origins of laws as he wished, under the effects of the Heavenly Spirit Earth Terminus Infinite Formation. As long as Yi Tianzong's body could withstand it, then Yi Tianzong would be able to use the various origins of laws within his body at will. Then he would be able to use the power of the laws according to the one origin, 2 forms, 3 powers for divisions, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, 10 directions, and so on. He would not have to worry about the imbalance of the 108 origins of laws within his body. After spending 85 years to completely cultivate the God King's physique, Yi Tianzong had completed his cultivation goal ahead of time. However, Yi Tianzong did not come out of seclusion. There were still 15 years left. Yi Tianzong wanted to reforge his natal weapon, the Boundless God Sword. The Boundless God Sword was the natal weapon that had accompanied Yi Tianzong since he was still a nobody. It was connected to Yi Tianzong's life. As Yi Tianzong's strength increased, so would the Boundless God Sword. There was a drawback to this method of refining weapons. It required a lot of materials and resources. However, this was not a problem for Yi Tianzong. After spending another 5 years, Yi Tianzong used the power of the 108 origins of laws within his body to continuously refine the Boundless God Sword. The Boundless God Sword was originally refined from more than 10 Emperor-grade divine materials. Naturally, it did not require any additional materials. Now that it had been refined by Yi Tianzong's origin of laws for several years, the power and functions of the various Emperor-grade divine materials were further stimulated and fused. After 5 years, Yi Tianzong stopped refining the Boundless God Sword. The Boundless God Sword had also been completely upgraded to the level of a God King weapon. At this moment, on the golden body of the Boundless Divine Sword, there were 108 tiny runes that appeared on the Divine Sword. They were distributed on the sword according to a very special and mysterious path. This represented the 108 types of law origin energy in Yi Tianzong's body. Yi Tianzong directly used the Boundless God Sword to slash at his own divine physique. The Divine Sword easily cut through his God King's physique. Good. A look of joy flashed across Yi Tianzong's eyes. It was just like how God King experts were divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. God King weapons were also divided into low, middle, high, and supreme grades. In the greater 1,000 worlds of the human race, weapons of various grades could be bought and sold at specific places. For example, Yi Tianzong's method of refining his natal weapon and allowing it to grow with him did not exist in most of the greater 1,000 worlds. It was an extremely rare method of refining weapons. The greater 1,000 worlds of the human race where the Black Heaven sect was located did not have such a secret method. With the strength of Yi Tianzong's current God King physique, ordinary high-grade God King weapons would not be able to break through his defense. Now that the Boundless God Sword had just been upgraded to a low-grade God King weapon, it already possessed a sharpness and power that surpassed most God King weapons. How could Yi Tianzong not be happy? After refining the Boundless God Sword, Yi Tianzong also refined the other golden armor on his body. It was made from various Emperor-grade divine materials. Yi Tianzong simply named the golden armor the Boundless God Armor. Its main function was defense. After spending more than 8 years, Yi Tianzong also finished refining the Boundless God Armor. The Boundless God Armor had also been upgraded to a low-grade God King weapon. There was only a little more than a year left before the 100-year deadline, although there were still many things that needed to be taken care of, such as deriving his cultivation techniques and divine abilities. There was no time left. Yi Tianzong was not in a hurry. He planned to come out of his closed-door cultivation and announce to the entire Black Heaven sect that he had ascended to the God King realm. Yi Tianzong removed the protective formation of the cultivation cave. Outside, 10 core members of Howren's camp, who were at the 6th heaven of mythical realm, looked pleasantly surprised as he walked out. Leader, one of the core members at the 6th heaven of mythical realm, said with a trembling voice, "Yes, I've comprehended quite a lot of laws. I've just cultivated the God King Dharma body and finished accumulating my magical energy. I've completely become a God King. It's time to let the sect know that I've returned." Yi Tianzong smiled calmly as he announced the results of his closed-door cultivation and his decision. "Yes, leader. I'll go inform the others and spread the news that you've become a God King." The core member at the 6th heaven of mythical realm said excitedly, "All right, you all go ahead. I'll wait for you in Howren's Grand Hall." Yi Tianzong smiled at the 10 core members in front of him. Then he stepped into the Howren's Grand Hall on Howren's Peak and waited for the others to arrive. Yi Tianzong didn't release his God King's aura to let the people of the Black Heaven sect know that he had become a God King. There were more than 2 million disciples cultivating in the Black Heaven sect. If Yi Tianzong released his aura, who knew how many disciples and experts who were cultivating would be awakened? If some disciples were in the process of enlightenment and were interrupted by Yi Tianzong's aura, it would be a great enmity for obstructing their cultivation. Although Yi Tianzong wasn't afraid, he didn't want to be the bad guy in vain. Tens of thousands of disciples on Howren's Peak spread the news that Yi Tianzong had returned 100 years ago and had completely become a God King expert. In just one day, the news had spread throughout the entire Black Heaven sect. It shocked the entire Black Heaven sect and set off a huge wave. Yi Tianzong was originally the most outstanding and powerful disciple in the entire Black Heaven sect. If he could kill early God Kings before becoming a God King, just how powerful would he be after becoming a God King? The sect master of the Black Heaven sect, Lin Xiantian, had gone into seclusion to break through to Emperor. The Black Heaven sect was now managed by 6 peak God Kings: the Scripture Hall Master, the Myriad Weapons Hall Master, the Exam Hall Master, the Mission Hall Master, the Discipline Hall Master, and the Alchemy Hall Master. After learning that Yi Tianzong had broken through to God King, the 6 of them came to Howren's Peak, where Yi Tianzong resided. They wanted to confirm the authenticity of the news with Yi Tianzong personally and test Yi Tianzong's strength. This was more than enough to demonstrate the importance the upper echelon of the Black Heaven sect placed on Yi Tianzong. The Scripture Hall Master, Myriad Weapons Hall Master, Test Hall Master, Mission Hall Master, Law Enforcement Hall Master, and Alchemy Hall Master stayed on Howren Peak for 2 hours before leaving. When they left, they all had looks of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 308. It was confirmed that Yi Tianzong had become Supreme God. However, what surprised the masters of the Scripture Storage Hall, the Myriad Weapons Hall, the Trial Hall, the Mission Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, and the Alchemy Hall was Yi Tianzong's strength and the number of laws that he had comprehended. Only God knew how shocked they were when Yi Tianzong said that he had comprehended 10 laws of heaven and earth and showed them the laws of space, the laws of the 5 elements, the law of slaughter, the law of heaven and earth, the law of yin and yang, the law of light and darkness, the law of creation, the law of life and death, the law of heaven and earth, and the law of balance. These were the laws that Yi Tianzong had deliberately chosen to hide. They were very difficult to comprehend in the great wide world of the humans. but they were not impossible to comprehend. If he showed the law of time, the law of reincarnation, the law of destruction, the law of cause and effect, the law of soul, the law of illusion, and other laws that were almost impossible to be comprehended in the human world, the higher-ups of the mystic sky sect would definitely suspect Yi Tianzong's identity. As for Yi Tianzong's strength, the 6 hall masters of the mystic sky sect were also shocked. Yi Tianzong had only displayed the power of 10 laws of origin. The powerful aura that erupted made the masters of the scripture storage hall, the myriad weapons hall, the trial hall, the mission hall, the law enforcement hall, and the alchemy hall lose the thought of making a move. This was because the 6 hall masters felt an extremely fatal danger from Yi Tianzong's aura. What did this mean? This meant that they were very likely not a match for Yi Tianzong. This was only the eruption of his aura. If they really fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. What the F***CK? Did I see wrongly? How did he intercept the laws of origin? Isn't it enough to intercept a wisp of laws of origin to advance to the supreme God realm? Why do I see such a long and thick wisp? How many wisps is this equivalent to? We're all serious cultivators. How can you be so awesome? How powerful is his supreme God realm physique? He can withstand 10 laws of origin so easily. The Scripture Depository Hall Master, the Wanchi Hall Master, the Examination Hall Master, the Mission Hall Master, the Law Enforcement Hall Master, and the Alchemy Hall Master were naturally not ordinary people, since they could become the upper echelons of the Black Heaven sect. When the 6 of them broke through to God King, they had all comprehended over 70% of the mysteries of 3 laws of the world. Compared to God Kings who had only comprehended a single law at the same level of cultivation, the 6 of them were around 10 times stronger. It wasn't that they didn't want to comprehend more of the laws of heaven and earth, but that the laws of heaven and earth were extremely difficult to comprehend. Comprehending a single law was already very difficult, and comprehending multiple laws of heaven and earth at the same time was 10 times more difficult. Simultaneously comprehending 2 types of laws of heaven and earth was 10 times harder than comprehending 1 type of law. Simultaneously comprehending 3 types of laws was 10 times harder than comprehending 2 types of laws. Apart from that, there was also the restriction of lifespan, the strength of the divine body, resources, the endurance of the soul, and various other factors. To be able to comprehend 3 types of laws of the world and reach the God King level, one would already be considered an elite among God Kings. It was exactly because of their great strength that the Hall Masters of the Scriptures Hall, the Myriad Weapons Hall, the Exam Hall, the Assignment Hall, the Disciplinary Hall, and the Alchemy Hall were able to become part of the upper echelon of the mysterious Sky Sect after an intense competition among the God Kings back then. As the sect master of the mysterious Sky Sect, Lin Xiantian possessed extraordinary talent. He had comprehended 4 types of laws of heaven and earth, making him the strongest among his peers in the mysterious Sky Sect. That was why he had become the sect master of the mysterious Sky Sect. It was exactly because they understood the difficulty of comprehending multiple types of laws of the world that the Hall Masters of the Scriptures Hall, the Myriad Weapons Hall, the Exam Hall, the Assignment Hall, the Disciplinary Hall, and the Alchemy Hall were shocked and in disbelief when they saw Yi Tianzong comprehend 10 types of laws of heaven and earth. When they saw Yi Tianzong display the 10 origins of laws, they were filled with disbelief. Over the 100,000 years since they had reached the peak of God King, the origins of laws they cultivated had gradually strengthened as they comprehended the laws further. However, even after reaching the peak of the Divine King realm, their origin of laws was only slightly larger than Yi Tianzong's origin of laws. However, Yi Tianzong was only an early God King. The 6 of them could not help but doubt themselves. They asked Yi Tianzong how he had obtained the origins of laws. When Yi Tianzong described the process of intercepting the origin of laws and how it was dangerous, the Scripture Depository Hall Master, Exam Hall Master, and the others all cursed in their hearts. "You're too daring." When regular God Kings opened the profound gate of the laws of heaven and earth, They would condense a sliver of the origins of laws and connect with the sea of origins of laws. Once they gained the recognition of the sea of origins of laws, they would be granted a sliver of the origins of laws. However, what did the 6 of them hear? Yi Tianzong had actually stood on the profound gate of the laws of heaven and earth and forcefully grabbed a sliver of the origins of laws from the sea of origins of laws. What the hell? What were you thinking? Your fucking brain is wired differently from other people's. Wasn't it obvious that there was danger in obtaining the origins of laws? Everyone else had gained the recognition of the sea of origins of laws and was waiting to be granted a sliver of the origins of laws. But you, on the other hand, didn't wait for its approval and directly snatched it from the origin source sea. It would be strange if there wasn't any danger. The fact that the origin source sea didn't kill you with a backlash was already a miracle. After hearing Yi Tianzong's explanation, the scripture depository hall master, myriad weapons hall master, and the others took turns to give Yi Tianzong a good lesson. They explained in detail to Yi Tianzong how to properly advance to the God King realm. They also said that when he advanced to the great emperor realm in the future, he shouldn't be so ignorant. The scripture hall master and the others did not doubt that Yi Tianzong could become a great emperor in the future. Nonsense! If a divine king who comprehended 10 types of laws of heaven and earth could not become a great emperor, then who could? Yi Tianzong heard the words of the scripture depository master and the others, but he could not voice out his grievances. If he had really only comprehended 10 laws of heaven and earth, he would definitely go through the tribulation according to what the 6 of them had said. However, the problem was that he had comprehended 108 laws of heaven and earth. Ascending to God King required 81 strikes of heavenly lightning. Yi Tianzong had to obtain all 108 types of origin laws before all 81 strikes of heavenly lightning were completed. Otherwise, once the time limit was exceeded, the power of the heavenly thunder would increase exponentially. It would definitely be able to turn Yi Tianzong into ashes. If he waited for the approval of the sea of origins of laws to be granted a sliver of the origins of laws, like the 6 of them had said, Yi Tianzong would probably not even be able to obtain a third of the origins of laws of heaven and earth before he was struck by lightning. Therefore, when he became an emperor or a heavenly venerate in the future, he had to seize every second to snatch the laws of heaven and earth from the sea of origins of laws. Yi Tianzong helplessly thought about the tragic situation he would have to face in the future. On the surface, he appeared serious as he listened to the 6 of them. After more than an hour of continuous bombardment, the scripture storage hall master and the other 5 finally stopped, as if they had not had enough. Yi Tianzong had broken through to become a god king and was still so powerful. This was a joyous occasion for the Black Heaven sect. The Scripture Hall Master, the Myriad Weapons Hall Master, the Examination Hall Master, the Mission Hall Master, the Law Enforcement Hall Master, and the Alchemy Hall Master had a discussion and decided to announce this to the entire sect. They would only cover up the shocking fact that Yi Tianzong had comprehended 10 types of laws of heaven and earth. Furthermore, considering Yi Tianzong's talent in formations, they temporarily let Yi Tianzong take over the position of Formation Hall Master. This would not affect Yi Tianzong's future competition for the position of Black Heaven Sect Master. At the same time, they could nurture a core force in formations for the Black Heaven Sect. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Tianzong did not have any objections to his position, so he agreed. He then said that he had just become a god king and needed to familiarize himself with many things. He needed to go into seclusion to organize what he had learned. The 6 of them did not find this strange. After a few more words, the 6 of them left. Chapter 309. After the Scripture Palace Master and the others left, Yi Tianzong gathered all the members of Myth 6 on the Haran Peak. He passed on the shadow recording stone to Lu Sini and the others about the things they needed to pay attention to when breaking through to the Divine King realm. He told them to copy and read it themselves, but not to spread it to others. Lu Sini, O Yueyun, Chung Lin, and the other members of Myth 6 were facing the next step of breaking through to the Divine King realm. With the content recorded on the Shadow Recording Stone, they would be able to take fewer detours and be more prepared. After Yi Tianzong asked Lu Sini and the others about the Haran camp, he told them that he needed to go into seclusion to sort out what he had learned and let them deal with the Haran camp on their own. After that, he continued his seclusion. After activating the protective formation of the cultivation cave, Yi Tianzong disappeared from the Black Heaven sect and returned to the cultivation area of the Immortal Mansion. After seeing Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong gave them the 2 shadow recording stones that recorded the conversation between the Scripture Palace Master and the others. After spending a few days together, Yi Tianzong walked out of the Immortal Mansion with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu and went to meet Yi Haoran and the others. After seeing Yi Tianzong come out of seclusion, Yi Haoran and the others were very happy. Yi Haoran said, "Tianzong, the tenure period will be up in about 2 months. The invitations to hold the Divine King's ceremony for you have been sent out. I'm sure the other forces will be here soon." Yi Tianzong nodded and said, "Yes, Father. After the ceremony this time, I will immediately break the seal of heaven and earth. At that time, heaven and earth will return to its peak and be able to accommodate divine kings. You've accumulated enough. I'll tell you some things you need to pay attention to when you become a God King. When the time comes, you should have an extremely high chance of becoming a God King. After breaking the heaven and earth seal, I will go into seclusion to organize what I have learned. I will try to get rid of the enemy as soon as possible after the heaven and earth expansion is completed. I'm afraid I don't have the time to take care of you. You have to be careful. If you really can't handle it, you can wait for me to deal with the enemy before breaking through." Yi Yuanshan waved his hand and said, "Tianzong, don't worry. After breaking the seal of heaven and earth, you can cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. Although we can't help you much, we definitely won't distract you. It's just breaking through the realm. In any case, we still have hundreds of thousands of years. What's the hurry? Let's wait until you've dealt with the enemy first." After Yi Yuanshan said that, Yi Haoran, Su Mingxin, Li Qingya, and the others voiced their agreement. Peak 6th heavenly layer god myths, like them, had a lifespan of nearly 120,000 years. Thus, they weren't in a hurry to break through to the God King realm. Time was tight in the face of the enemy. If something went wrong during the breakthrough, it would involve Yi Tianzong's energy. At that time, they wouldn't be of help to him, but would instead cause trouble. They might as well wait until Yi Tianzong had dealt with everything first. Seeing his family members telling him to cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind and that he didn't need to worry about anything else and that they wouldn't drag him down, Yi Tianzong's heart was filled with a warm feeling. 2 months passed quickly. All the superpowers and holy lands of the Central Plains, Southern Wilderness, Western regions, and Northern Borderland, as well as the Human Clan and the Demon Clan, had sent their high-level officials to the Hao Ranzhen sect to participate in Yi Tianzong's God King ceremony. Even the sea tribes in the Boundless Sea had sent their teams. As the first expert to break through the limits of heaven and earth and become a God King since the mythological era, no one and no force dared to disrespect Yi Tianzong and the Hao Ranzhen sect. During the ceremony, Yi Tianzong confirmed his God King title, Heaven's Expanse God King. As for his previous decision to announce his identity as the World Lord, Yi Tianzong later changed his mind. After the ceremony ended, Yi Tianzong easily broke the last layer of the seal on the profound spirit world in front of all the forces. With a swing of the divine sword, the last layer of the seal on the profound spirit world was cut off. The entire profound spirit world suddenly shook and began to expand. This was the last time the seal on heaven and earth was broken. The suppressed demon emperor did not come to find trouble, nor did the black humanoid creature appear to fight with Yi Tianzong. This saved Yi Tianzong a lot of trouble. With the last layer of the seal broken, the profound spirit world would gradually reach its peak. This time, the expansion of heaven and earth would increase in scale by 1,000 times, completely reaching the level of a middle-class world. After accumulating enough time, it would completely recover to its peak. According to the information transmitted by the will of heaven and earth, this expansion would last for 30 years. After Yi Tianzong told everyone about the expansion of heaven and earth, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes and arrived at the peak of Tiangang Peak. Holding the hands of Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong looked at the vast world of clouds and said, "I'll accompany you for a few more days, then I'll return to the trial space. 30 years here is 300 years in the trial space. I want to increase my strength as much as possible. Even if a demon emperor's vitality is greatly damaged, I can't let my guard down. With the power of the will of heaven and earth, I've already forcefully searched the soul of the demon emperor's incarnation that I captured before. After the last seal of the world is broken, the sealed demon emperor can't immediately escape. Originally, the expansion of the world would need 20 years to complete, but I ordered the will of the world to not give up on suppressing the demon emperor during the expansion, so it was extended to 30 years. I'll rush back before the 30-year deadline and use the power of the world to destroy the demon emperor." Hearing Yi Tianzong's plan, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu did not say anything. They just leaned on Yi Tianzong's body, enjoying every minute and second with Yi Tianzong. They accompanied Yi Tianzong to look at the churning sea of clouds. 3 days later, in the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong bid farewell to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. Then he passed through the colorful barrier and returned to the cultivation cave in the profound heaven sect. Yi Tianzong had been in seclusion in the cultivation cave for 20 years. In these 20 years, Yi Tianzong relied on his divine soul that was already comparable to the peak of the divine king realm and combined it with the various divine ability records that he had obtained from killing enemies in the world battlefield to further perfect his self-created divine abilities, such as the world-suppressing fist, the heaven-covering palm, the God-shattering finger, the void-rending claw, and the traceless void. He had completely reached the peak of the minor divine abilities. Only when he reached the divine king realm could Yi Tianzong's unparalleled potential and foundation be considered to have begun to erupt. With the thousands of minor divine abilities and incomplete major divine abilities that he had obtained from the world battlefield, as well as the 108 heaven-defying minor divine abilities that he had inherited from the immortal mansion, and Yi Tianzong's powerful mental state that had already broken through to the profound heart realm, the boundless sea of consciousness condensed into a profound spirit embryo according to a mysterious trajectory. It radiated a mysterious profound spirit light that allowed Yi Tianzong's divine soul to comprehend and deduce divine abilities to rise by 2 levels. He was not inferior to some early-stage great emperors at all. In every instant, Yi Tianzong would think of millions of thoughts to comprehend the mysteries of these minor divine abilities and convert them into his own strength. Only when he had reached the divine king realm could he completely unleash the full power of these minor divine abilities and begin to comprehend major divine abilities. In the process of over 20 years of seclusion, the one that had given Yi Tianzong the most inspiration and help with the 108 minor divine abilities that he had inherited from the immortal mansion. The minor divine abilities that could be inherited from the immortal mansion were extremely high-level divine abilities even in the universe. Even many major divine abilities could not compare to these minor divine abilities. Furthermore, in the process of Yi Tianzong's comprehension, he discovered that these minor divine abilities were all-encompassing, as if they encompassed all the mysteries of heaven and earth. Every minor divine ability could evolve into at least 9 other minor divine abilities on its own. It was extremely mysterious and profound. Furthermore, in the end, Yi Tianzong discovered that these minor divine abilities were not fully understood. They seemed to be a part of a higher-level divine ability. Only then did Yi Tianzong realized that he had always neglected the greatest wealth. With the help of the spirit profound light, Yi Tianzong comprehended all the minor divine abilities that could help him with his comprehension ability that was comparable to an emperor realm expert. After 20 years, Yi Tianzong had not only completely comprehended the 108 minor divine abilities that he had inherited from the immortal mansion, he had also combined thousands of other divine abilities. He had also developed his world-suppressing fist, heaven-covering palm, God-shattering finger, void-rending claw, boundless sword technique, aurora flash, traceless void, and other divine abilities to the peak of minor divine abilities. In terms of attack and profoundness, they had already reached the same level as the 108 minor divine abilities that he had inherited from the immortal mansion. They were no weaker than some of the major divine abilities at all. This was especially so for Yi Tianzong's main cultivation, which was also the most powerful offensive sword technique. After perfecting it, not only had he perfected the previous 9 moves of the boundless sword technique, he had also created the 10th move of the technique. The brand new boundless sword technique had a total of 10 moves. The first move was the Sword of Separation. The second move was the Boundless Cold Light. The third move was the Cloud-Soaring Immortal Slaying. The fourth move was Howren's Heavenly Dipper. The fifth move was the Infinite Sword. The sixth move was the Eternal Cycle. The seventh move was the Stellar Transposition. The eighth move was the World Massacre. The ninth move was the Unstoppable Eternity. And the 10th move was the Chaotic Firmament. Chapter 310. After organizing everything he had learned and tidying himself up, Yi Tianzong's strength had increased several times over the past 20 years. He had reached the peak of his current level. Yi Tianzong walked out of seclusion and gave an order to the disciples on guard before heading straight to the main hall of the sect. After waiting for a while in the Haren Hall, the Scripture Hall Master, the Myriad Weapons Hall Master, the Exam Hall Master, the Mission Hall Master, the Disciplinary Hall Master, and the Alchemy Hall Master all arrived at the main hall. The 6 of them could sense that Yi Tianzong's strength had become even more unfathomable compared to 20 years ago. It was as if they were facing a bottomless abyss. Shocked, the Scripture Depository Hall Master, 10,000 Weapons Hall Master, and the rest of the 6 immediately realized that Yi Tianzong's strength had increased again. The Exam Hall Master smiled wryly and said, "Kid, it's only been 20 years since we last met, and you've become even stronger. How can we accept this?" He did not treat Yi Tianzong as an outsider, nor was he afraid of him. Although the Myriad Weapons Hall Master, the Alchemy Hall Master, and the others did not say anything, their expressions said it all. Yi Tianzong smiled politely and said, "You're too kind, Hall Master. I've only organized everything I've learned and tidied myself up a little. Besides, everyone's strength will soar after breaking through." At this point, Yi Tianzong was no longer as cautious as before when he faced the Scripture Depository Hall Master and the others. Although he did not fear or distance himself from the Scripture Depository Hall Master and the others, he was fully qualified to speak to them as equals with his strength. "Speak. Why have you called us here? Don't tell me you're just here to chat with us," the Scripture Hall Master said as he casually sat on a chair in the main hall. The Exam Hall Master, the Disciplinary Hall Master, and the others all found their own seats. Yi Tianzong also found a seat and sat down. "I'm here to ask you about the formations, Hall Master, that you've arranged for me. Now that I'm done with my seclusion, I have to fulfill my duty. Many of the sect's formations and sect-protecting formations needed to be repaired and rearranged. I don't need to worry about manpower. The key is where I should rebuild the formation hall. I can't possibly set up the array formation hall on my Haren Peak. That wouldn't be suitable. Also, repairing the formation will require a lot of materials and resources. I have to explain this to you in advance," Yi Tianzong said to the Scripture Depository Hall Master and the others. Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the Mission Hall Master said, "You do need to consider the problem you mentioned. It is indeed inappropriate to set up the Array Formation Hall on your Haren Peak. In the past, the sect's array formation hall was located on the profound array peak. However, the array formation hall only existed in name and was occupied by the sect's disciples as a place to cultivate. It wasn't realistic for those sect disciples to completely withdraw from the Xuanjin Peak. We God Kings can move mountains and fill seas. It's not a problem for us to rebuild mountains and rivers. Why don't you just uproot a new peak in the sect and name it the Profound Array Peak? As for the positions of the Array Formation Hall's personnel, you can do as you see fit. When the time comes, just inform the Test Hall Master and make a report to the sect. After the Mission Hall Master finished speaking, the Test Hall Master continued, "That's right. In order to avoid conflicts, you should rebuild a new peak. You should know that the Profound Array Peak used to be one of the 8 main peaks of the Profound Heaven sect. The cultivation environment was pretty good. Over the years, many God King experts have been cultivating on the former Profound Array Peak. It's indeed unrealistic for them to withdraw from the Profound Array Peak. Right now, the sect is preparing for the 3,000 regions, war 900 years later. It's not suitable for internal conflicts to erupt, so you can only make other plans. Also, you're now the Array Hall Master. You're also in the upper echelon of the sect. As long as it's a formation for the sect, you can take any materials and resources you want. You just need to inform us at the end. As for the people in the sect who provoke and obstruct you, there's no need to be courteous. Teach them a harsh lesson. You need to establish your prestige in the sect. It's fine even if you have to kill a few God Kings." The Law Enforcement Hall Master then said, "That's right. Before we became the upper echelon of the sect, we defeated other competitors and established a prestige that could not be challenged. Only then did we secure our positions. You've just broken through to become a God King. Those who don't know your strength definitely won't accept you as the Array Hall Master. They'll definitely cause trouble for you. Whether you can secure your position as the Array Hall Master will depend on your strength and methods. This is especially true for your enemies. If there's no hope of reconciliation, then kill them completely. Our Profound Heaven sect has always had a clear rule. Those who can become the upper echelon of the sect can't be enemies with each other. Any enemies must be dealt with before they become the upper echelon of the sect." Yi Tianzong was indeed quite touched when he heard the Hall Masters speak so bluntly. This was because these people truly treated him as one of them and thought highly of him. Otherwise, these old monsters who had lived for over 100,000 years wouldn't be so free as to tell him all this. Yi Tianzong smiled. "Don't worry, everyone. I know what to do. For the development of the sect, I will definitely do my best. I originally wanted to take it out in the future, but it seems like this is the right time. I should be able to increase the sect's strength before the battle of the 3,000 regions." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the Scripture Hall Master, the Myriad Weapons Hall Master, the Examination Hall Master, the Mission Hall Master, the Law Enforcement Hall Master, and the Alchemy Hall Master were all curious. At the same time, their eyes lit up. This was because, from what they knew, Yi Tianzong had always taken out something good. Yi Tianzong casually flipped his hand, and 6 jade slips appeared. These 6 jade slips recorded the complete return to God's secret technique that Yi Tianzong had created. Yi Tianzong controlled the jade slips and flew them to the Scripture Hall Master, the Examination Hall Master, and the others. After receiving the jade slips, the Scripture Hall Master and the others scanned the jade slips with their divine senses. In just a short while, the Scripture Hall Master and the others had finished reading the contents of the jade slips. This is. The Scripture Hall Master held the jade slips in his hand and looked at Yi Tianzong in shock. The Examination Hall Master, the Law Enforcement Hall Master, the Myriad Weapons Hall Master, and the others also looked at Yi Tianzong in disbelief. "Haha, this is a secret technique that I created based on the functions of the Creation Spirit Pool and the Creation Black Pool. After a long period of repeated deduction, I created a secret technique that can improve one's foundation and foundation. It's suitable for people from the first firmament to the sixth firmament of myth realm to cultivate. If a talented person completes the 9 revolutions of the return to God's secret technique and combines the 9 revolutions into one, his foundation and potential will increase greatly. His divine body, divine soul, and divine origin will also far surpass ordinary cultivators of the same level. Comprehending 5 or 6 types of laws of heaven and earth at the same time will not be a problem. The success rate of becoming a divine king will be more than 70%. It's all thanks to this secret technique that I was able to comprehend 10 types of laws of heaven and earth. Perhaps it's because I was blessed by the heavens that I completed this secret technique during an epiphany before I became a divine king. I originally wanted to take it out in the future, but the Great War of the 3,000 regions is in 900 years. In order to increase the strength of the sect, now is the right time to take it out. As long as they cultivate this secret technique, the disciples of the sect who are stuck at the peak of the 6th firmament of myth realm will have a chance to become a divine king. Yi Tianzong looked at the scripture hall master and the others and smiled. Phew, the hall master of law enforcement sighed and said with a serious expression, I didn't expect you to be able to take out a secret technique that can defy the heavens and change one's fate. We didn't misjudge you. We underestimated your breadth of mind. If you aren't qualified to become the next sect master, then no one else is. It's a pity that we were born too early and have no fate with this secret technique. Since they were all peak divine kings, the scripture hall master and the myriad weapons hall master understood the significance of this return to God secret technique. It was incomparably important to the Black Heaven sect. It could be said that if the Black Heaven sect was given a few 100,000 years with this secret technique, the Black Heaven sect would definitely be able to step into the upper echelons of Emperor-level forces. With this secret technique, the disciples who were stuck at the peak of the 6th firmament of myth realm and had no hope of becoming a divine king would be able to defy the heavens and change their fate. It could be foreseen that in the next few 100 years, the Black Heaven sect would have a large number of divine kings, and the sect's strength would greatly increase. I'll leave it to you to use this secret technique to increase the sect's strength. In the following time, aside from repairing the sect's formations, I'll be heading to the world battlefield again to continue training. I don't have time to follow up, so I'll have to rely on you to manage the sect. With that, Yi Tianzong left the hall. Chapter 311. Perhaps this is a true supreme prodigy, a child of fortune. Only an existence like this can possess the talent and breadth of mind to create such a heaven-defying secret technique. Even after becoming a member of the upper echelon of the sect, his will remains firm and unwavering. He dares to enter the world battlefield to fight to the death and never stops his pursuit of greater cultivation, the hall master of the alchemy hall said somewhat absent-mindedly as he watched Yi Tianzong leave. Having this child is both the fortune of our Black Heaven sect and also a test and pressure for our sect. We're under a lot of pressure. We can't let people with ulterior motives destroy our great situation right now. We have to clear the obstacles ahead for him, the hall master of the myriad weapons hall said sternly. The hall master of the scripture hall, the disciplinary hall, the missions hall, and the alchemy hall all nodded in agreement when they heard what the hall master of the myriad weapons hall said. Yi Tianzong was just too outstanding. If the sect could make him stay willingly, the future of the Black Heaven sect would be glorious. However, if some selfish people with ulterior motives caused Yi Tianzong to develop animosity towards the sect, the future of the Black Heaven sect would be limited. Yi Tianzong had already made great contributions to the Black Heaven sect in the first place, allowing the sect's heritage and wealth to increase greatly. Now that Yi Tianzong had taken out this secret technique, the hall masters of the scripture hall, the examinations hall, and the others all agreed that Yi Tianzong would become the next sect master of the Black Heaven sect. They had made up their minds to clear the obstacles for him. Yi Tianzong, who had already left, did not know that the hall master of the scripture hall and the others supported his decision to become the next sect master. After leaving the sect hall, Yi Tianzong's powerful soul swept through the entire Black Heaven sect. Afterward, he directly arrived at an empty area that spanned several thousand kilometers within the sect. Just as the disciplinary hall master had said, the original Xuanjin Peak was occupied by the disciples and god kings of the Black Heaven sect. Yi Tianzong did not want to waste his energy arguing with those people, so he just uprooted a new Xuanjin Peak. Yi Tianzong controlled the 5 elements law origins. Uprooting a mountain peak in an open area was simply a piece of cake. Rise! Yi Tianzong stood in the air and channeled the power of the 5 elemental laws. He reached out with his right hand, and the earth quaked. A majestic peak rose from the ground. The 10,000 feet tall mountain rose from the ground, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. This immediately attracted the attention of the entire Black Heaven sect. Many Divine King experts and Black Heaven sect disciples below the Divine King realm rushed to the scene and realized that someone had uprooted another mountain. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people from the Black Heaven sect, the majestic mountain that rose from the ground reached a height of 10,000 feet before it stopped changing. Afterward, they saw Yi Tianzong reach out and write the words Xuanjin Peak in the air. Then, under Yi Tianzong's control, the words were directly engraved on the 10,000 feet tall mountain. Seeing Yi Tianzong write the words Xuanjin Peak, everyone who was watching finally understood that Yi Tianzong was the formation hall master who had been appointed by the upper echelons of the sect. After understanding Yi Tianzong's identity, apart from a few Divine King experts whose expressions darkened, most of the Black Heaven sect disciples looked at Yi Tianzong with excitement and admiration. There were very few hostility. After uprooting a 10,000 feet tall mountain, Yi Tianzong did not stop. Instead, he continued to extend his hand and wave out waves of powerful energy. Like a sculptor, he carved the entire Xuanjin Peak. Yi Tianzong completely copied the appearance of the Tiangang Peak in the spirit profound world. The living area, cultivation area, competition area, assessment area, mission area, administrative area, trial area, trading area, scripture depository area, research area, and so on. Under Yi Tianzong's continuous carving, each area gradually became distinct and orderly. After carving, Yi Tianzong directly flew down and arrived at the foot of the Xuanjin Peak. Then a 5-colored light flashed in his hand. Under the effect of his 5 elemental law, a 300 feet tall hole suddenly appeared at the foot of the Xuanjin Peak. Yi Tianzong waved his arm, and a 5-colored light suddenly shone, forming a 5-colored barrier that covered a radius of 3,000 feet, blocking everyone's line of sight. As for Yi Tianzong, while everyone's line of sight was blocked, he instantly divided the 5 million crystals into 5 portions and threw them into the hole according to the 5 elemental formation. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 5-colored barrier disappeared and the hole closed. Next, Yi Tianzong did the same thing. This time he buried 100,000 crystals deep underground in a 10-mile radius around the foot of the Xuanjin Peak. It was also in the direction of the 5 elemental formation. Of course, during this process, Yi Tianzong used the 5 elemental law barrier to block everyone's line of sight. The surrounding disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect, including the Divine Kings, did not know that Yi Tianzong had buried crystals. After arranging the crystals, Yi Tianzong was not in a hurry to activate the 5 elemental energy gathering formation. Instead, he flew into the air again and quickly formed seals with his hands. Yi Tianzong formed 10 formation runes in a second. These formation runes were all engraved on the Xuanjin Peak under the control of Yi Tianzong's soul. Yi Tianzong formed the formation runes faster and faster. After 12 hours, A total of 810,000 reinforcing and defensive formation runes were engraved on the Xuanjin Peak and the ground around it. Then, the light and runes were hidden. After these reinforcing and defensive formation runes were engraved, the hardness and defense of the ground around the Xuanjin Peak increased by more than 10 times. After doing all this, Yi Tianzong took out a storage bag from his storage ring. Then he poured out the contents of the storage bag and divided them into 100 pieces of uniform size. There was a cube of 5 elemental metal essence, 50 pieces of yin-yang true crystals of uniform size, over 30 Divine King level materials, and a large number of supplementary materials. Under Yi Tianzong's control, they were arranged on the Xuanjin Peak according to the method of setting up the 5 elemental yin-yang universe formation. Wait, the yin-yang true crystals and 5 elemental metal essence are both emperor-level materials. It's too much of a waste to use them to set up a formation. Why don't you leave them to me? When they saw the appearance of the 2 emperor-level divine materials, the yin-yang true crystal and the 5 elemental gold essence, everyone from the Black Heaven sect who recognized these 2 divine materials started breathing rapidly. As for the God Kings who had recognized Yi Tianzong earlier, their faces had sunken. Greed immediately filled their eyes, and they directly struck out to take it. After the first God King took action, the other God Kings took action as well. Haha, Divine King Purple Wind is right. These Emperor-level materials are all rare items. It's too much of a waste to use them to set up a formation. Divine King Skycloud should take care of them. Junior, you're still too young. It's not easy to cultivate. You have to cherish resources. I don't think you should set up any more formations on the Xuanjin Peak. You won't be attacked in the sect. Divine King Shenluo will take care of these resources for you. Just as Yi Tianzong was about to set up a protective formation for the Xuanjin Peak, 6 Divine Kings suddenly made a move to snatch the materials and resources that Yi Tianzong took out. The sudden turn of events stunned the surrounding God Kings and disciples of the Black Heaven sect. They had never thought that God King Purple Wind, God King Skycloud, God King Shenluo, and so on would actually try to steal resources in such a shameless manner in public. This was a blatant challenge to the mysterious Sky Sect's rules. They didn't take Yi Tianzong seriously at all. Ignorant ants. I've been waiting for you. With Yi Tianzong's powerful strength and soul, he had long sensed the hostile Divine Kings and had been on guard against them. Now that they couldn't help but come out to cause trouble, it was exactly what he wanted. Be good and watch from the side. Yi Tianzong's indifferent voice reached the ears of all the mysterious Sky Sect disciples within 1,000 miles. Then the surrounding mysterious Sky Sect disciples and Divine Kings saw a scene that shocked them. Yi Tianzong seemed to be moving slowly, but was actually moving quickly as he lightly struck out with his palm at the 6 Divine Kings who suddenly made a move to snatch the resources. Then they saw a huge hand filled with the laws of the 5 elements. Under Purple Wind, Divine King Skycloud, and the other Divine Kings' disdain at first, then shock, it directly pressed the 6 of them to the ground with invincible force. It turned into a 5-finger mountain that was hundreds of meters tall, completely immobilizing the 6 Divine Kings. After suppressing the 6 God Kings, not only did the mountain seal up their powers, but the power of the laws of the 5 elements within the mountain even surged into the bodies of Zifeng, Tianyun, and Shenluo. It rampaged through their bodies recklessly, destroying their God King physiques. Chapter 312. Purple Wind, Tianyun, Shenluo, and the other God Kings spat out blood in disbelief. They wanted to curse Yi Tianzong after checking the condition of their bodies. However, under the suppression of the 5-finger sacred mountain, they realized that they could only open their mouths but could not make a sound. How was this possible? That was a high and mighty Divine King powerhouse. Out of the 6 God Kings, God King Purple Wind had cultivated for over 80,000 years and was at the peak of the late-stage God King realm. The other 5 God Kings were all at the mid-stage God King realm and above. These 6 powerful God Kings were crushed like ants by Yi Tianzong, who had just broken through to the God King realm. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood and couldn't move. What was going on? Was it divine King Purple Wind and the others who were too weak? Or was Yi Tianzong using cheats? Was this still a high and mighty God King expert? All the disciples of the Black Heaven sect were shocked by the sudden change in the situation. They could not wrap their heads around it. As for the God Kings who wanted to attack, but did not do so, they could not help but reevaluate Yi Tianzong's strength. They were even more fearful of Yi Tianzong now. As for the other God Kings who had no grudges with Yi Tianzong and did not want to attack, other than being shocked by Yi Tianzong's strength, they did not have any ill intentions. Instead, they wanted to befriend him. With Yi Tianzong being appointed as the temporary Hall Master of Formations, right after breaking through to the God King realm and the strength he displayed, as long as they were not stupid, they would know that Yi Tianzong had a high chance of becoming the sect master of the Black Heaven sect in the future. Even if he could not become the sect master, he would be the Hall Master of Formations at the very least. As long as Yi Tianzong rebuilt the Hall of Formations, the Hall Master of Formations would be one of the core upper echelons of the Black Heaven sect in the future. Therefore, no matter what, Yi Tianzong would be the true boss of the Black Heaven sect in the future. As long as one was not crazy, who would be willing to offend Yi Tianzong? Looks like we still underestimated his strength. However, this is also good. We can use those idiots to let him establish his might and save us some trouble. The Law Enforcement Hall Master observed Yi Tianzong's movements and smiled at the Scripture Depository Hall Master and the others beside him. The Scripture Hall Master and the others nodded in agreement. After Yi Tianzong easily suppressed Godly King Purple Wind and the others who tried to snatch the resources, he acted as if nothing had happened and continued to form seals. Then the powerful Godly King Dharma power in his body surged. Under Yi Tianzong's control, the positive and negative 5 elements yin-yang universe formation was finally set up and integrated into the profound array peak. The yin-yang universe formation of the 5 elements fused the laws of the 5 elements, the laws of yin and yang, and the laws of the universe. It was a defensive and offensive formation that could fend off the simultaneous attacks of 3 peak God Kings who had comprehended 3 laws. It could also unleash attacks that were equivalent to 3 peak God Kings. It was extremely powerful. After setting up the mountain guarding formation, Yi Tianzong flew to the top of the mountain and took out another storage bag. Then he set up a 7-star energy gathering formation, which could draw in the endless power of the stars from the starry sky. The power of the stars could also be absorbed by cultivators. However, the power of the stars was more violent than the energy of heaven and earth, so it was not easy to refine. However, under the 7-star spirit gathering formation, the power of the stars would become much calmer after being converted. It could be easily absorbed and refined by cultivators. Only after setting up the 7-star spirit gathering formation did Yi Tianzong stop. He let out a long sigh of relief and formed seals again, activating the 5-element yin-yang universe formation, the 7-star spirit gathering formation, and the 5-element yin-yang universe formation. After activating the 5-element yin-yang universe formation and the 7-star spirit gathering formation, all the spectating members of the Profound Heaven sect could clearly sense the energy of heaven and earth within 100,000 kilometers frantically gathering towards the profound array peak. They could also clearly see the pillars of starlight pouring down from the heavens and gathering above the profound array peak before gradually fading away. In less than 15 minutes, under the effects of the 5-element yin-yang universe formation and the 7-star spirit gathering formation, the thin energy of heaven and earth on the profound array peak became denser in a short amount of time. It even formed a visible mist that filled the entire profound array peak. Everyone who was paying attention to the Profound Heaven sect could feel the extremely dense and pure energy of heaven and earth on the profound array peak. That was something that no other place in the profound heaven sect could compare to except for a few extremely secret places. Under Yi Tianzong's control, the originally empty ground was transformed into the most precious cultivation ground in the Black Sky sect in a short period of time. I'm the new Array Hall Master. Step forward if you're not convinced. Yi Tianzong turned around and looked at the dozen or so godly monarch experts who had previously felt malicious towards him. His gaze was as if he was looking at a few lowly ants. Yi Tianzong's undisguised disdain for ants immediately made some of the godly monarchs who had not made a move before explode with anger, ever since they had become godly monarchs. How many years had it been since they had felt such gazes? They remembered that when they had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, only the inner sect disciples at the first and second heavens of the mythic realm looked at them the same way. Who would have thought that after so many years, they would be humiliated by a junior who had just broken through to become godly monarchs? That's right. In the eyes of these godly monarchs, Yi Tianzong was humiliating them. How could a dignified, godly monarch expert be humiliated by a junior? Of course not. Where there were people, there would be underworld. Yi Tianzong had cultivated to the godly monarch realm in just a few hundred years at such a young age. Furthermore, he had been appointed as the Array Hall Master by the upper echelons of the sect as soon as he had broken through. He had become one of the upper echelons of the sect with real power and was in charge of rebuilding the Array Hall. For those who had gone through untold hardships and all sorts of schemes to become godly monarchs, they could only express their envy, jealousy, and hatred. These people were basically narrow-minded and had dark thoughts. They could not bear to see the proud sons and daughters of the heavens. Hence, they harbored ill intentions toward Yi Tianzong. Given Yi Tianzong's character and temper, he would not tolerate these people. Since they were his enemies, he would beat them up first. Hence, Yi Tianzong looked at these hostile, godly monarchs with disdain and contempt. Naturally, these godly monarchs who looked down on Yi Tianzong could not hold back their anger. Since they could not hold back, they exploded. They even ignored the super strength that Yi Tianzong had displayed earlier. Humph, arrogant. Since you don't know how to respect your seniors, this king will teach you a lesson. Ignorant. Young people need to be taught a lesson. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a proud son of the heavens. You have just become a godly monarch, and you already don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, more than 14 godly monarchs immediately attacked Yi Tianzong. Moreover, they used their full strength right from the start. Among the 14 godly monarchs who attacked, there were 2 peak godly monarchs who had comprehended 2 types of laws. There were also 5 late godly monarchs and 7 mid-godly monarchs. Their eyes were filled with naked killing intent. They did not show any mercy when they attacked. The 14 godly monarchs attacked with their full strength. Under their intentional control, a powerful pressure and aura covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The overwhelming attacks of laws pressed down on Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong smiled when he saw these people finally attacking. He took a step forward and clenched his left hand into a fist. He threw out a world-suppressing fist. The golden fist swept across the sky like an immemorial divine mountain. It destroyed the attacks of the 14 godly monarchs easily. Under their shocked gazes, the fist collided with their bodies and sent them flying. Yi Tianzong then threw out a heaven-covering palm. The heaven-covering palm covered the sky and easily caught the 14 injured, godly monarchs in his hand. With a thought, Yi Tianzong's heaven-covering palm spread out with the laws of yin and yang. It turned into a yin-yang great grinding wheel. Amidst the miserable cries of the 14 godly monarchs, it violently crushed their bodies and severely injured their souls. Yi Tianzong knew that these people could not be killed. When they were on the verge of death, He waved his hand and suppressed them under another 5-finger sacred mountain. However, compared to godly monarch Purple Wind and the other 5 who attacked before, these 14 godly monarchs were in a much more miserable state. Only their souls were suppressed. Their godly monarchs' bodies were crushed by Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong clapped his hands and continued, "Who else is unconvinced? Step forward and let's spar." After waiting for a while, no one answered. Everyone was stunned. "Oh, since no one is unconvinced, don't blame me for taking a trip to the arena of life and death with anyone who comes looking for trouble in the future. From now on, the formation hall is located on the profound array peak. All disciples who are interested in learning about formations can apply to join the formation hall." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he directly returned to the Haoran Peak. He began to organize the disciples in Haoran's camp who were interested in learning about formations and brought them to the formation hall. Since the formation hall was rebuilt by him, he must not let it fall into the hands of outsiders in the future. He could totally nurture the next person to take over the position of formation hall master. Yi Tianzong was busy with his own matters. He was completely unaware of the impact he had on the entire Black Heaven sect by casually suppressing 20 godly monarchs. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. After all, he had achieved his goal of establishing his authority. In the future, no one would dare to easily find trouble with him. After all, the strength he displayed was extremely powerful among the godly monarchs in the entire Black Heaven sect. As for the 20 godly monarchs that he had suppressed, Yi Tianzong suppressed them at the foot of the profound array peak. If no one came to plead for mercy, he would continue to suppress them. If someone came to plead for mercy, he would slaughter them. Chapter 3:13. Yi Tianzong was directing the disciples from the Haoran camp to join the formation hall and began to rearrange the various formations in the Black Heaven sect. Then the law enforcement hall master came looking for him. "What do you plan to do with the god kings that you suppressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain? Many people have come looking for me. I would like to know what you plan to do." The law enforcement hall master sat casually in the hall and asked Yi Tianzong, "I'm just using those trash to establish my authority. If it was outside the sect, I would have exterminated them long ago. I don't have any plans. Since some people have already come looking for you, I can't make things difficult for you. How about this? Let them use the resources to redeem those people. Or you can go look for those trash and ask them for the resources. Anyway, I can't let them go back safely for nothing. We'll split the resources into 3 portions. You get 30%, I get 30%, and the remaining 40% will be handed over to the sect. These people are evil and selfish. To be honest, once the Black Heaven sect fights with external enemies, there's an 80% chance that they will become spies and traitors." Yi Tianzong said nonchalantly. Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the law enforcement hall master said, "Sai, how can I not know what you're talking about? The Black Heaven sect has been established for more than 1,000,000 years. There are many traitors who have betrayed the sect. However, these things cannot be avoided by any force. The sect has its rules. For the sake of the sect's stable development, even if we know that some people are traitors, we can only turn a blind eye without concrete evidence. Fortunately, you've given us hope. People's hearts are unpredictable. Although it's unavoidable to betray others, it can be reduced. The Haoran camp that you've established is very good. This is also an important reason why we have high hopes for you. I understand what you mean. Then I won't stay for long. Also, you said that you want to continue heading to the world battlefield. We don't want to persuade you to change your mind. Everyone has their own path to walk. However, you have already become a God King and the Array Hall Master. Before you head to the world battlefield, you have to leave behind enough strength for Haoran's camp and the Array Hall to deal with the changes in the sex situation after you leave. After all, your previous behavior can be said to have completely fallen out with some people. After you leave, those people will definitely think of ways to suppress and scheme against you. We can't help you keep an eye on them all the time. After Yi Tianzong heard this, he said, Well, I know. I already have a plan for this. It's good that you have a plan. You can continue with your work. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, the law enforcement hall master left. After the hall master left, Yi Tianzong sat in the hall by himself. He murmured to himself, Looks like I need to get Lu Xini and the others to become god kings as soon as possible. With that, a crystal of laws appeared in Yi Tianzong's hand. It shone with profound light. The next day, Yi Tianzong directly summoned Lu Xini, Ouyueming, Yun Chenglin, and the other core members of Haren's camp. Over the years, with sufficient resources and experience, as well as Yi Tianzong's guidance, Lu Xini, Ouyueming, Yun Chenglin, and the others had all reached the peak of the sixth heavenly layer of myth. With Yi Tianzong's return to God secret technique, the aptitude and foundation of the 12 people had greatly increased. Each of them had comprehended at least 4 types of laws of heaven and earth. Among the 5 levels of the 10,000 elephant formation, they could be counted as level 2 kings. Yi Tianzong looked at Lu Xini and the others and said, I called you here this time because I want to ask you about the progress of the secret technique I gave you before. How long will it take for you to become a god king? In 100 years, I will go to the world battlefield. Our Haren's camp and the formation hall must have a god king overseeing it. Lu Xini thought for a moment and took the lead to say, Leader, I have cultivated the secret technique you gave me to the 8th transformation. I still need some resources to complete the 9th transformation. As long as I complete the 9th transformation, I am confident that I can break through and become a god king within 20 years. Ouyueming said, Leader, In that case, you all still need some resources to cultivate the secret technique, and you all still need some time to comprehend your own laws. How about this? Report the resources you lack to me, and I will make up for it. After that, each of you will deduct 1/3 of your contribution points. Also, this is the law crystal. I obtained it when I was fighting in the world battlefield. Let's see if any of you have comprehended these laws. In the future, these law crystals will be placed in the treasury of our Haren's camp. If anyone wants to comprehend them, they will have to pay contribution points. As for how to operate it, you all can set a rule. As for those that are not too important, leave them to the other disciples. All of you should strive to become god kings within 100 years. Yi Tianzong said to Lu Xini and the others. Then he handed over the storage bags that contained the 7 law crystals to them and let them leave. Lu Xini and the others were naturally familiar with the law crystals. This was an extremely precious item, and it could be said to be a shortcut to becoming a god king. However, they did not expect Yi Tianzong to take out 7 law crystals at once. Moreover, these 7 laws were all within their comprehension range. This made Lu Xini and the others very excited. Flowers bloomed and withered, spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 80 years had passed. In these 80 years, Yi Tianzong completely rebuilt the formation hall in Black Heaven Sect with his powerful strength and the support of the Haren's camp. He checked and patched or rearranged all the spirit gathering formations, defensive formations, warning formations, and so on in Black Heaven Sect's cultivation abodes. Moreover, according to the request of the scripture library master and the others, he set up new spirit gathering formations and defensive formations on the 7 main peaks of the sect, including the Black Heaven main peak, the scripture library main peak, the enforcer main peak, and the alchemy main peak. Moreover, in these years, Yi Tianzong had made a few moves. He overbearingly and decisively suppressed all the God King experts who dared to plot against him, establishing his prestige and status in Black Heaven Sect. He had become a true core member of Black Heaven Sect's upper echelon, and his influence was even greater than that of the scripture library master and the enforcer hall master. Apart from that, Lu Xini, Ouyueming, and the other 12 core members of Harren's camp had all become god kings with 5 types of laws of heaven and earth in 80 years after Yi Tianzong replenished the resources they needed to cultivate their secret techniques. Under Yi Tianzong's deterrence, no one dared to make a move while Lu Xini and the others were undergoing their tribulations. Therefore, in 80 years, apart from Yi Tianzong, there were 12 additional God King experts who had comprehended 5 types of laws of heaven and earth in Harren's camp. What kind of concept was that? It should be known that even the most outstanding Black Heaven sect master in hundreds of thousands of years, Lin Xiantian, had only become a God King with 4 types of laws of heaven and earth. The fact that Lu Xini and the others had become God Kings with 5 types of laws of heaven and earth caused a huge commotion in Black Heaven sect. If 1 or 2 people had comprehended 5 types of laws of heaven and earth, they could still be considered geniuses with great luck. However, if all 12 of them had comprehended 5 types of laws of heaven and earth, there was definitely something wrong with that. Everyone knew that Lu Xini and the others were not only the core members of Harren's camp, but they were also Yi Tianzong's loyal followers. One could easily find out what kind of people Lu Xini and the others were in the past. Compared to their current achievements, everyone in Black Heaven sect was very sure that Yi Tianzong definitely had some kind of heaven-defying method that could produce batches of God King experts. Even the Scripture Library Master, Disciplinary Library Master, Myriad Weapons Hall Master, and the others who already knew the inside story could not help but be deeply shocked. Then they began to value Yi Tianzong's returning to God's secret technique even more. They were already God Kings and no longer stood a chance, but they still had their disciples and descendants. The secret technique was so powerful that it could not be ignored. They had to urge them to cultivate it. The Scripture Library Master, Disciplinary Library Master, and the others met again. They had originally planned to implement the returning to God's secret technique in the entire sect, but now they had directly given up on this idea. After some discussion, they decided to choose disciples who were absolutely loyal to the sect to secretly impart the secret technique. They could not let those with ulterior motives come into contact with it. For this reason, they even looked for Yi Tianzong and asked for his opinion. Yi Tianzong simply replied, "Do as you see fit. Just don't forget about the sect leader's disciples. It's not very appropriate for me to impart the secret technique to them, so you guys can do it for me." The Scripture Library Master and the others did not mind. Yi Tianzong was equivalent to Lin Xuantian's grand disciple. It was indeed a little awkward for him to impart the secret technique to Lin Xuantian's disciples. Therefore, they directly agreed to this matter. On the other hand, due to the impact caused by Lu Xini and the others' breakthroughs, the number of disciples who joined the Harren camp that Yi Tianzong had established had skyrocketed in the past 80 years. Based on the principle of better to have nothing than to have something substandard, the total number of people in the Harren camp had now exceeded 500,000 people. More than half of the entire Black Heaven sect's elites and prodigies were in the Harren camp. In this situation, the Scripture Library Master, Disciplinary Library Master, and the other higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect were naturally happy to see this happen. This was because they had always thought highly of Yi Tianzong and the Harren camp that Yi Tianzong had established. However, all the disciples who joined the Harren camp were talented, determined, and loyal to the sect. They were magnanimous in their actions and abided by the sect's rules. Which sect wouldn't wish to have more of such disciples? As for those who were envious, jealous, and hateful, Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect directly used thunderous methods. They eliminated every single one of them without mercy. Chapter 3:14. With Lu Xini and the others breaking through to the God King realm, Yi Tianzong was able to relax. Even if he left the Black Heaven sect, Harren's faction would not face any problems. Although Lu Xini and the others were only early God Kings, they were not much weaker than mid-God Kings who had only comprehended a single law of the world. Coupled with the attention of the upper echelons of the sect, Yi Tianzong was not worried about any mishaps. Another decade passed. After Yi Tianzong handed over some matters, he led a group of Black Heaven Sect's true disciples to the world battlefield. With 500 true disciples, over 100 of which belonged to Haren's faction, Yi Tianzong arrived at the world battlefield with great familiarity. Because of the immunity talisman, Yi Tianzong directly led the 500 true disciples to the third layer of the world battlefield, Xiantian City. At this moment, the person guarding Xiantian City was no longer the disciplinary elder that Yi Tianzong knew. Instead, it was an early God King elder under the Myriad Weapons Hall Master, called Luo Lin. Elder Luo Lin was very respectful when he saw Yi Tianzong. As a subordinate of the Myriad Weapons Hall Master, he naturally knew of Yi Tianzong's strength and contributions. He could not help but be respectful. Yi Tianzong did not pull a long face. Instead, he conversed warmly with Elder Luo Lin for a while. Afterwards, he stayed in Xiantian City for 2 days before leaving. After leaving Xiantian City, Yi Tianzong first went to the crystal and resource mines that he had discovered before. He directly dug up 10 years' worth of crystals and various Emperor tier materials. 10 years later, Yi Tianzong stopped digging. After adjusting his state of mind, he entered the fourth layer of the world battlefield alone, the God King region. The Black Heaven sect did not have a base in the God King region. It was not just the Black Heaven sect. Most of the Emperor tier organizations did not have a base either. Only the peak Emperor tier and Sovereign tier organizations had the strength to establish a base in the God King region. Moreover, the God Kings in the God King zone were not like the first, second, and third zones, where the people from each faction were in groups. In the God King region, most of the God Kings moved about freely. They wandered about alone. Very rarely did they form groups. At most, they would form groups of 2 or 3. Only when 2 organizations engaged in an all-out war would there be hundreds or hundreds of God Kings. Yi Tianzong's purpose of entering the world battlefield this time was to fight. He needed opponents. He needed to experience battles to familiarize himself and increase his strength. Yi Tianzong's way to increase of his strength, searching to find various resource mines, was just a side project. Yi Tianzong did not lack to cultivate. Hence, Yi Tianzong planned to open up at least 100 underground safe houses in the God King region. This was to prevent him from escaping if he were to be besieged. Yi Tianzong returned to his wanderer form. After cultivating his shape-shifting technique to perfection, even a mid-great Emperor tier expert would not be able to see through Yi Tianzong's true appearance. Next, it's time to stir up trouble. Hee. God Clan, Heaven Clan, and those human organizations that once hunted me down. Be prepared. I, the Wanderer, am here again. Yi Tianzong looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Years passed. It had been 100 years since Yi Tianzong entered the God King region. Ethereal Divine City was a stronghold established by the Great Thousand Worlds Ethereal Divine Sect in the God King region of the world battlefield. It spanned a radius of 1,000 miles. There was at least one mid-Great Emperor tier expert in the city all the time. There were more than 300 God King experts in the city. Xiao Yunshin, do you think this rogue is the one we saved from the Protoss in the second layer of the underworld? TSK, this guy is really fierce. In this world with a circumference of 1 trillion miles, a single person has fought against the human race, the God race, the Heaven race, the Ancient race, the Blood race, and the other Emperor-level forces of 10 worlds for so many years, and he is still alive and kicking. I have no choice but to admire him. It said that when the Wanderer was in the third region, the Human Clan and the other 9 clans sent out a large number of experts and God King experts to hunt him down. The God Clan and the Heaven Clan even issued an unlimited kill order. This caused the Wanderer to suffer greatly. He only managed to escape after experiencing countless life and death crises. This time, the Wanderer broke through to the God King region and came to the God King region to seek revenge. I heard that the Wanderer, in addition to the God clan and the Heaven clan, is also fighting against the human clan forces that hunted him down. He's not willing to reconcile at all. Hee hee. It feels so good to see them suffer. In the ethereal divine city, a God King expert gloated to another God King in the room. Who knows? But the strength of a rogue is really strong, and his means are also mysterious. He has been entangled with so many Emperor-level forces and Sovereign-level forces for so many years. And not only is he fine, he even killed hundreds of divine kings under the heavy encirclement. Even great emperors couldn't kill him. He's really, really a monster. Another divine king said with a sigh. In the ancient city of Azure Mystic, only 10,000 miles away from the ethereal divine city, the people who had saved the Wanderer with the people of the ethereal divine sect were also guessing whether the Wanderer who had caused such a huge commotion in the God King region was the person they had saved. At this time, Yi Tianzong was in an underground safe house that had opened up. He was digging for crystals in a large crystal mine. In the 100 years since he came to the God King region, after preparing some safe houses, Yi Tianzong began to hunt down the forces of the 10 clans that had hunted him down in the 3rd layer. However, the God King region was too vast. Even if it was billions of miles away, it was just a drop in the ocean. In such a vast and boundless region, Yi Tianzong could only search for the forces that had a grudge against him within a radius of 1 trillion miles around him. The God clan and the Heaven clan were his mortal enemies. He didn't have to worry about them at all. He could just kill the people of the God clan and the Heaven clan directly. As for the forces of the other clans, as long as they didn't provoke him, Yi Tianzong wouldn't make enemies everywhere. As for the human forces that had hunted him down, Yi Tianzong only found 12 Emperor-level forces and Supreme-level forces within a radius of 1 trillion miles. Facing these forces, Yi Tianzong directly killed them. As for the Wanderer, those forces who had a grudge against the Wanderer were naturally eager to kill him directly or even cut him into pieces. As a result, countless battles broke out between the two sides in 100 years. Those major forces gathered their strength. At least 100 God King powerhouses formed a team to jointly encircle and annihilate the Wanderer. However, Yi Tianzong was not willing to be outdone. He used all kinds of means to fight those God King powerhouses to the death. Such a situation naturally attracted the attention of all the forces within a radius of 1 trillion miles. They all mobilized their forces to inquire about the cause of the matter. After figuring it out, those forces who didn't participate were also very curious about such a fierce person like the Wanderer while watching the show. Chapter 3:15. In the 9 heavens of God myth, the further one went, the greater the gap between each level. That was especially true of celestial exalts. Between the early, middle, late, and peak stages of God myth, each level was 10 times stronger than the other. As for transcendent exalts, they were unimaginably powerful. In the process of the battle between the rogue and the major forces in the God King's area, some of his details were also exposed. For example, the rogue was only at the early stage of the God King realm, but the rogue had comprehended 10 kinds of laws of heaven and earth. His strength was powerful, his magic was strange and mysterious, and his life-saving ability was very strong. Otherwise, he would not have escaped from the hands of a great emperor. For such a supreme prodigy, like the rogue in the human clan, the God clan, the Heaven clan, and the other 9 major foreign clan forces, as well as some forces of the human clan, did not want the rogue to continue to exist. However, after inquiring about the rogue, many forces who originally wanted to encircle and annihilate the rogue temporarily extinguished their thoughts. This was because the rogue was too difficult to deal with. In the 3rd layer area, hundreds of thousands of Emperor-level and Supreme-level forces of the 10 major clans dispatched a large number of people and forces. Even hundreds of God King powerhouses were dispatched to set up an inescapable net. Under the heavy encirclement, they could not do anything to the rogue who was only at the 6th heavenly layer of myth. In the end, not only did the rogue escape, but they were also wantonly retaliated twice by the rogue, resulting in heavy losses. In case they did not succeed, they would have to bear the crazy revenge of the rogue. As long as they were not idiots or had other ideas, they would not get involved in this kind of thing. What's more, not all forces wanted to kill the rogue. Some Emperor-level forces and Supreme-level forces of the human clan still hoped that the human clan could have a supreme prodigy like the rogue. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. Yi Tianzong continued to fight with the forces of the major clans. Because of Yi Tianzong, the God King powerhouses of the major forces who had a grudge against Yi Tianzong did not dare to wander alone now. Every time they went out, they would go out in groups. Moreover, they were robbed by Yi Tianzong of a lot of resources, materials, and crystals, and got quite rich spoils of war. This made the other forces within a radius of 1 trillion miles laugh at them. At the same time, they were glad that they did not provoke the wanderers. Yi Tianzong was having good time, but those who had enmity with Yi Tianzong were so angry that they wanted to commit suicide. Their hatred for Yi Tianzong had simply broken through the sky. After knowing that the rogues had no intention of reconciling with them, these races that had deep grudges with the rogues all issued an unlimited kill order, and they would not rest until the rogues were dead. Yi Tianzong had always maintained a cautious attitude. Even though he was lucky enough to escape from an early-stage great emperor, Yi Tianzong didn't feel proud at all. He knew that he had used a trick. Moreover, he had set up various traps and arrays in advance to delay the great emperor for a while, which gave him a chance to escape. Otherwise, even though he was quite powerful now, and a peak divine king expert who had comprehended 3 or 4 laws was not his opponent, he was still far from a complete great emperor. Moreover, he was now able to fight to the death with those real forces on the world battlefield. That was because within the 10 boundless worlds, the war that would break out every 3 million years was about to break out. All the forces were preparing for war, and most of the experts were sent back to reinforce their sects and forces. This also allowed him to take advantage of a loophole. Otherwise, if it were any other time, he would definitely be fleeing from an inescapable net. Counting the time when he was in the mysterious heaven sect, Yi Tianzong had been in the trial space for more than 250 years. Just in case, it was time to leave the world battlefield and make some preparations for the decisive battle with the demon emperor of the profound spirit world. After Yi Tianzong made up his mind, he quietly left the world battlefield and came to the war god shrine. Yi Tianzong wanted to use his battle merits to exchange for some trump cards that could help him eliminate the demon emperor. Although there were definitely items that could deal with great emperors in the human race's boundless world, there was no way to get them in the mysterious heaven sect. It was also not safe to go to other places. The only safe place that Yi Tianzong could think of was the war god shrine. In the past 150 years in the world battlefield, Yi Tianzong's battle merits had reached more than 100 million. It was enough to exchange for at least 2 great killing weapons that could deal with great emperors. This time, Yi Tianzong did not have any plans to exchange for resources. Instead, he prioritized exchanging for killing weapons. After flipping through for a while, Yi Tianzong finally found 2 killing weapons that were more suitable for him. One was the Imprisonment Emperor's mirror that had the ability to seal great emperors. It was a one-time use forbidden weapon that could only imprison great emperors for 2 breaths of time. It cost 45 million battle merits. The other was the Annihilation Lightsaber, which was also a one-time use forbidden weapon. There was a powerful offensive sword technique sealed within the Annihilation Lightsaber. It was similar to the boundless sword technique that Yi Tianzong created himself, the 5th form of the boundless sword. However, it was thousands of times stronger. This one-time use Annihilation Lightsaber was created by an extremely powerful great emperor at the pinnacle. Its power was enough to severely injure or even kill a great emperor who had only comprehended one type of law. It cost 58 million battle merits to exchange for. After exchanging for the Imprisonment Emperor's mirror and the Annihilation Lightsaber, Yi Tianzong was left with less than 10 million battle merits. After giving it some thought, Yi Tianzong exchanged for a few more natural treasures that could help in healing and recovering his strength. Once again, he spent more than 6 million battle merits. With a little over 2 million battle merits, Yi Tianzong left the combat god temple in a low-key manner and returned to the Black Heaven sect. After spending more than half a year, Yi Tianzong returned to the Black Heaven sect once again. Lu Xini and the others seemed to have found their backbone with his return. They all let out a sigh of relief. In the 150 years since Yi Tianzong left, Lu Xini and the others, as well as Howren's group, had been jointly suppressed and targeted by some god kings within the sect. Even though Lu Xini and the others had become god kings by comprehending 5 types of laws of heaven and earth, they were only early god kings. Out of the several dozen god kings who worked together to suppress Howren's group, many of them were late and peak god kings. In particular, the Purple Wind God King and the others who had recovered were the most active in suppressing Howren's group. Lu Xini and the others were not the opponents of these god kings at all. If it were not for the protection of the Scriptures Hall Master, the Disciplinary Hall Master, and the others who prevented these god kings from bullying the weak, who knew what would happen to Lu Xini and the others. Even now, Lu Xini, Ouyueming, and the others could only lead the disciples of Howren's group to guard the Profound Array Peak and activate the Yin-Yang Universe formation that Yi Tianzong had cast down before. In addition, many of the disciples who had originally joined Howren's group had all left Howren's group under great pressure. Currently, the entire Howren's group had less than 150,000 disciples. These disciples who still stayed under great pressure were the true pillars of Howren's group. Hearing Lu Xini and the others talk about their experiences over the past few years, Yi Tianzong's eyes were filled with a sharp killing intent. He could not wait to exterminate those god kings who went against him. He realized that he had been a little arrogant all these years because everything had been smooth sailing for him. He had underestimated the despicableness and bottom line of a sinister person. He should have thought of such a situation long ago. However, he still held on to the hope that he would be lucky. His heart actually became lazy and placed his hopes on the rules of the Profound Sky sect. If it was in the past when he was fighting alone and conquering the world, he would definitely not have such a wishful thinking. To put it bluntly, it was because he had the final say in the profound spirit world and the comfortable environment in the Profound Sky sect that made him forget himself and overconfident. The stronger one was the higher one's position, the more one would neglect the sinister side of the human heart. Such a situation was very fatal. Fortunately, it was not too late to realize it. The killing intent in Yi Tianzong's heart was overflowing. However, he knew that he could not openly kill these god kings. The rules of the Profound Sky sect did not allow it. The upper echelons of the sect also did not allow it. This was because this was the bottom line of the Profound Sky sect. They could fight in the life and death arena, but they could not openly slaughter their fellow sect members. Especially now that the Great War of the 3,000 regions was about to erupt, any power was precious. God kings were not allowed to fight among themselves. Clearly, the Purple Wind God King and the others had seized this opportunity. They knew that Yi Tianzong was restricted by the sect's rules and could not do anything to them. That was why they dared to wantonly suppress the Howren's group. It was not only the Profound Sky sect. All the other sects and forces had such rules. This was a bottom line that could not be crossed. Even the Hao Ranjun sect was the same. Unless Yi Tianzong was invincible in the Profound Sky sect and had a great reputation that could convince the majority of the Profound Sky sect members, he could kill those people without any scruples. However, it was clear that the current Yi Tianzong did not have the strength and prestige to do so. But it was not that there was no way. Thinking of this, Yi Tianzong's face revealed a smile. He was glad that he did not reveal any traces when he returned to the Profound Sky sect. That's right. Other than Lu Xini and the other 12 people in front of him, no one in the entire Profound Sky sect knew that he had returned. Chapter 316. Yi Tianzong did not expect that in order to avoid trouble, he had changed his appearance when he came out of the world battlefield. Later on, he had even used the traceless void to return to the Black Heaven sect without a trace. It had actually facilitated his plan. After asking the God Kings who had participated in suppressing Harren's faction, Yi Tianzong directly instructed Lu Xini and the others, "Delete all of your memories of seeing me today. When I return, no one knows of my whereabouts. In order to avoid the risk of being discovered, you must not know that I have returned. I will leave first. Just delete your memories, and do not ask about anything else." With that, Yi Tianzong disappeared without a trace. The remaining Lu Xini and the others knew that Yi Tianzong definitely had other plans. Therefore, they did not hesitate and returned to their respective cave abodes to erase their memories of today. However, Yi Tianzong still used traceless void to leave the Black Heaven sect without any hindrance. Then, 1,000,000 miles away from the Black Heaven sect, he used half of his energy to combine the law of space, the law of thunder, the law of destruction, the law of illusion, and the law of soul to form an avatar. This incarnation strength was 80% of Yi Tianzong's original strength. However, it could only last for 6 hours. Yi Tianzong's goal in condensing this incarnation was to ambush the God Kings who had gone against him. However, Yi Tianzong's target was those mid-stage God Kings. He would first kill a few of them to vent his anger. As for the rest, he would have plenty of time to slowly deal with them after he had dealt with the matters in the profound spirit world. Yi Tianzong completely changed the appearance of the incarnation he had condensed. He disguised himself as a God King from an emperor-ranked faction that he had fought before. Then he used the traceless void to head towards the Black Heaven sect. Yi Tianzong directly went 100 miles underground and waited for 6 hours. Then he lost contact with his incarnation. Through his connection with the clone, Yi Tianzong knew that his clone had killed the 4 mid-God King experts in a sneak attack before disappearing without leaving behind any traces. After Yi Tianzong's incarnation dissipated, he changed his appearance and came to Taiyuan Sky City, which was the gateway to the starry sky in Taiyuan domain. He stayed in Taiyuan Sky City for half a year before he changed back to his original appearance. Then he swaggered back to Black Sky sect through the void teleportation formation. When he returned to the Black Heaven sect, Yi Tianzong also revealed his figure and aura as he returned to the Black Heaven sect openly. At this moment, due to the mysterious deaths of 4 mid-God King experts half a year ago, the entire Profound Heaven sect was on high alert. The sect-protecting formation was half-activated. Yi Tianzong scanned the area with his divine telekinesis and noticed that there were quite a number of disciples in the Black Heaven sect. They formed a patrol team and were constantly patrolling the entire Black Heaven sect. When Yi Tianzong returned to the Black Heaven sect, he happened to run into a patrol team of 100 true disciples. Yi Tianzong pretended to be confused and asked, "What's going on? What happened in the sect? Why are there so many patrol teams?" When the leader of the group, a true disciple at mythical Sixth Heaven, saw Yi Tianzong, he immediately replied respectfully, "Home Master, this is what happened." After Yi Tianzong heard this, he looked a little angry and said, "Humph! How dare he kill 4 God Kings in my Black Heaven sect? He deserves to die. If I see him again, I'll definitely tear him into pieces. You guys can go about your business." After that, Yi Tianzong went to Howren Peak first. Yi Tianzong knew in advance that there was no one on Howren Peak. All the disciples in Howren's camp were on Xuanjin Peak. But he still pretended to know nothing and went to Howren Peak first. After arriving at Howren Peak, he saw many disciples who were not in Howren's camp occupying Howren Peak. Although he knew in advance, Yi Tianzong was still very angry in his heart. Yi Tianzong casually grabbed a true disciple at mythical Fifth Heaven. He looked at him fiercely and said sternly, "Who are you? Don't you know that this is Howren Peak? Except for the disciples in Howren's camp, no one can cultivate on it. Where did you come from? And where are the people on Howren Peak? Where did they go?" the true disciple at mythical fifth heaven knew Yi Tianzong. At this time he was grabbed by Yi Tianzong and told him everything he knew in a trembling voice. After Yi Tianzong heard this, his face became very gloomy. He shouted, "Bastard!" Then he threw the disciple aside and waved his hand to release a majestic force that enveloped the entire Howran Peak. All the people on Howran Peak were sent flying. After setting up an energy barrier with a wave of his hand, Yi Tianzong turned around and walked toward Xuanjin Peak in an aggressive manner. When Yi Tianzong returned to the mysterious sky sect, almost all the Divine King experts received the news in a short time. Then, one after another, they spread out their divine senses to observe the situation. Suddenly, the entire mysterious sky sect was in a turbulent undercurrent. Yi Tianzong returned to Xuanjin Peak in an aggressive manner. After seeing the great protective mountain formation on Xuanjin Peak, his face became even more unsightly. After forming a seal to close the great protective mountain formation, Yi Tianzong's angry voice spread in all directions. "Lu Sini, Ouyueming, all of you come out. What's going on?" Hearing Yi Tianzong's voice, everyone on Xuanjin Peak was instantly overjoyed. Lu Sini and the other 12 people quickly appeared from the Xuanjin Peak and arrived in front of Yi Tianzong. Choking with sobs, they recounted what happened after Yi Tianzong left. "Good, good, good. I want all of you dead." After hearing what Lu Sini and the other said, Yi Tianzong was so angry that he laughed. His voice, filled with killing intent, filled the world. Then he directly headed toward the Divine Kings who had suppressed Howran's camp. Yi Tianzong exploded with killing intent that shook the world. Everywhere he passed, the world darkened and dark clouds rolled. Logically speaking, the upper echelons of the mysterious sky sect should have come out to stop Yi Tianzong. However, the strange thing was that the upper echelons of the mysterious sky sect remained silent. On the other hand, the 50 or so divine kings who had participated in suppressing Howran's camp immediately gathered together after knowing that Yi Tianzong had returned to the mysterious sky sect. This was because they knew that Yi Tianzong would definitely come looking for trouble with them. Moreover, Yi Tianzong was so powerful that a dozen or so of them were not Yi Tianzong's opponent at all. Yi Tianzong discovered with a sweep of his soul that the weakest of the divine kings who had gathered together was a mid-divine king. There were 7 peak divine kings. One of them was divine King Purple Wind, who had only comprehended one type of law of the world. There were 5 who had comprehended 2 types of law of the world. Yi Tianzong could sense the presence of 3 types of law of the world from the most powerful person. He was only slightly weaker than the Scripture Hall Master and the Disciplinary Hall Master. Very good. Since you're all together, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Today, I will definitely teach you a lesson and make you pay the price. Yi Tianzong did not need to confirm when he sensed the undisguised hostility from these people. After saying that, Yi Tianzong did not wait for their reply. He directly threw out a world-suppressing fist. Yi Tianzong used 60% of his strength for this punch. This 60% was even more powerful than all of Yi Tianzong's strength before he left the Black Heaven sect. Cruel battles were the best form of training. It was also the fastest way to increase one's strength. During the 150 years in the world battlefield, Yi Tianzong had fought countless battles with hundreds of divine kings. Both his battle experience and strength had increased drastically. The people who could enter the world battlefield were all elites of large organizations. These divine kings had all comprehended 2 types of law of the world at the very least. There were even quite a few who had comprehended 4 or 5 types of law of the world. There were even some who had comprehended 6 types of law of the world. After fighting with these divine kings for 150 years, it was difficult for his strength not to increase. After returning from the world battlefield, Yi Tianzong's current strength was more than 5 times stronger than before he left the Black Heaven sect. He had also made some progress in his comprehension of various laws. Now that he had used 60% of his strength, it was at least 3 times stronger than before. How powerful was this? Yi Tianzong's world-suppressing fist was like a 10,000-meter-tall, ancient, divine mountain. It crushed down with unparalleled power. The world collapsed and space shattered. Nothing could stop it. Sensing the supreme power contained in the golden fist, the expressions of the 50-odd divine kings changed drastically. They immediately mustered all of their strength to resist Yi Tianzong's attack. The result shocked them and even all the spectating divine kings. They were shocked and in disbelief. In just one move, over 50 divine kings were heavily injured by Yi Tianzong. They all vomited blood and collapsed on the ground. After that, Yi Tianzong did not wait for them to react. He extended his hand and clenched it. Instantly, a 100-meter-tall golden hand appeared in the sky. Then it directly grabbed the divine kings and brought them to the profound array peak. Looking at these people, Yi Tianzong revealed a strange smile. He said, I won't kill you. The sect's rules won't allow it. However, you will definitely receive the punishment you deserve. Then, under the furious gazes of the 50-odd divine kings, Yi Tianzong casually beat them to their knees. After that, Yi Tianzong pressed down with his hand, following that 100-meter-tall divine mountain that contained the laws of the 5 elements, yin and yang, and the universe suppressed these people. Moreover, their heads and knees were exposed. It was obvious that they were kneeling. You, Yi Tianzong, you bastard! Divine kings cannot be humiliated. You are willfully breaking the sect's rules. Hurry up and let us go. Otherwise, the peak divine king who had comprehended 3 laws of heaven and earth shouted at Yi Tianzong. Noisy! Yi Tianzong directly sneered. Without waiting for the peak divine king to finish speaking, he casually waved his hand and sealed all the divine kings, preventing them from healing or making a sound. A bunch of narrow-minded, sinister, and shameless things. Taking advantage of this hall master's absence, you wantonly suppressed your fellow disciples and bullied the weak. You are simply unworthy of being divine kings. Your existence in the sect is simply a disgrace. After sealing you for 100 years, you can kneel here and atone for your crimes in front of the profound array peak. When Yi Tianzong spoke, he purposely spread his voice very far. More than half of the profound heaven sect's people could hear him clearly. When all the suppressed divine kings heard Yi Tianzong's words, they all spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted in anger and shame. Yi Tianzong didn't care at all. He then turned around and returned to the profound array peak. He began to discuss the future development of Howren's camp with excited Lu Xini and the others. He also confirmed that the disciples who stayed behind to guard Howren's camp would be rewarded. Chapter 3:17. Yi Tianzong discussed the matter with Lu Xini and the others as if nothing had happened. However, the entire Black Heaven sect was in an uproar. The battle had ended too quickly. It had completely exceeded their expectations. On one side, it was Yi Tianzong alone. On the other side, there were more than 50 God King experts. They were all God Kings who had been God Kings for at least 10,000 years. They originally thought that after an intense battle, Yi Tianzong would be outnumbered. In the end, more than 50 God Kings working together could not even take a single punch from Yi Tianzong. If someone had told them about this in the past, the people of the Black Heaven sect would never have believed it. However, the truth was right in front of them now. This had completely overturned the powerful status of God Kings in the hearts of the Black Heaven sect's disciples. It turned out that even God Kings would become ants in the same realm one day. Compared to the disciples of other sects, the God Kings of the Black Heaven sect who had been watching the battle were no less shocked. Before the battle began, they did not expect the outcome to be so overwhelming. They could not even withstand a single blow. Those disciples below the God King realm did not understand what the strength Yi Tianzong displayed today meant. However, they knew Yi Tianzong was still in the early God King realm. However, based on the strength he displayed, the number of laws that Yi Tianzong had comprehended was definitely not the 6 laws that were announced to the public. He had comprehended at least 9 laws or even 10 laws to possess such strength. Moreover, as long as Yi Tianzong did not die prematurely, the Black Heaven sect would have another invincible expert in the next 10,000 years. Yi Tianzong stayed in the Black Heaven sect for 10 years. In these 10 years, with Yi Tianzong holding the fort, no one in the Black Heaven sect dared to offend Yi Tianzong. The expansion of the Haran camp was extremely rapid. In just 10 years, it had expanded to more than 500,000 people. This was the result of repeated selections. 10 years later, after Yi Tianzong left behind a large number of origin crystals for Haran Peak and Mystic Array Peak, he left the Black Heaven sect again with the excuse of looking for an opportunity to break through. He also said that he would definitely return within 30 years. After Yi Tianzong left, the people from Haran's camp and the Profound Array Peak continued to grow in an orderly manner under the leadership of Lu Sini, Ouyueming, and the others. No one in the Black Heaven sect dared to oppose them. After all, the fate of the God Kings who went against Yi Tianzong was laid out at the foot of the Profound Array Peak. After Yi Tianzong left the Shantian sect, he found a secluded place and disappeared with a thought. After returning from the trial space, Yi Tianzong stayed in the Haoranzhen sect for a year. Following the guidance of the will of heaven and earth, he went directly to the deepest part of the profound spirit world. The demon emperor from outside the world was suppressed here. Yi Tianzong did not deliberately hide his tracks and aura. Therefore, even though the suppressed demon emperor's strength was greatly reduced, he still sensed Yi Tianzong's arrival early on. I really didn't expect you to have the guts to come here. I actually feel threatened by you. You have definitely comprehended more than 10 types of laws. I still underestimated you, the suppressed demon emperor said to Yi Tianzong. This was an underground space with a radius of 1,000 miles above the blazing magma. The space was very sturdy. Yi Tianzong felt that even if he attacked with all his strength, he might not be able to break this space. This space was filled with extremely rich origin energy of heaven and earth, and it was trying its best to suppress the sealed demon emperor. Yi Tianzong looked at the demon emperor, whose body was sealed with layers of runes, pierced by 108 stone swords, and surrounded by 3,000 chains of laws. He asked calmly, "We have fought more than once, but I still don't know your name. Aren't you going to tell me?" The suppressed demon emperor looked at Yi Tianzong and laughed. "I am Nine Nether, a junior of the human race. I have to admit that among all the geniuses I have seen, your talent and level of brilliance are enough to rank in the top 3. You can make me feel threatened by an early-stage divine king. Even in the great thousand world, it is extremely rare. However, in the eyes of a great emperor, a divine king is an ant. Only a great emperor and a celestial venerable can kill a great emperor. A divine king may defeat a great emperor, but he will never be able to kill a great emperor. Kneel now and become my servant. In the future, I will bring you out of this remote place and into the boundless, great thousand world. Otherwise, when I am free, I will massacre all living things and destroy the world to appease my anger." Yi Tianzong sensed the Netherworld Demon Emperor's aura gradually becoming stronger. He knew that the Netherworld Demon Emperor was breaking through the layers of seals on his body. Yi Tianzong was solemn inside, but on the surface he said disdainfully, "What are you trying to act like? You are just a stray dog that has been severely injured by the seals. How dare you threaten me? You are simply ignorant. Since you are also sealed, I will collect some interest first." After saying that, a golden armor appeared on Yi Tianzong's body, and he directly attacked the Netherworld Demon Emperor. "You bastard! How dare you offend me? I will tear you into pieces and never let you reincarnate. Although the Netherworld Demon Emperor was sealed because the seals were damaged, it did not affect his movement. When Yi Tianzong attacked, he did not want to be outdone and launched a counterattack. Yi Tianzong and the Netherworld Demon Emperor fought fiercely in the small space of 1,000 miles. Yi Tianzong's powerful magic power was attached to his fists as he fought the Netherworld Demon Emperor in close combat. Yi Tianzong had lived 10 lives and fought with countless powerful geniuses in the trial space. He had rich battle experience. The Netherworld Demon Emperor could become a great emperor in the Great Thousand World, and naturally he had experienced countless battles. The two fought barehanded, and it could be said that they were evenly matched. Damn it! How can you have an armor made of emperor-grade godly materials? This world can't have emperor-grade godly materials. Could it be that you are also from another Great Thousand World? The Netherworld Demon Emperor was depressed. He originally thought that he could fight Yi Tianzong in close combat. He was a great emperor who had experienced more than 10,000 battles. How could he lose to a divine king? However, the reality was like a joke. He really could not beat Yi Tianzong. Not only was Yi Tianzong wearing an armor, which made his attacks useless, but Yi Tianzong's battle experience was also almost on par with his. The Netherworld Demon Emperor was very depressed and angry. On the other side, Yi Tianzong was not relaxed either. A great emperor was indeed a great emperor. He could suppress a divine king in all aspects. Although the Netherworld Demon Emperor's vitality was greatly damaged after being sealed for a long time, and he had almost fallen from the great emperor realm, the Demon Dao Emperor physique made Yi Tianzong's attacks ineffective. Divine kings had the divine king physique, great emperors had the celestial emperor physique, and heavenly venerables had the supreme Dao body. The world-suppressing golden fists that were infused with dermic powers smashed onto the Netherworld Demon Emperor's body. Yi Tianzong's fists were numb, but the Netherworld Demon Emperor seemed to be fine. It was not that he was fine, but Yi Tianzong's attacks did indeed hurt the Netherworld Demon Emperor. However, it was only a light injury, and the Netherworld Demon Emperor's body could recover in an instant. The situation was very awkward. The Netherworld Demon Emperor's fists landed on Yi Tianzong's body, but because his vitality was greatly damaged, his strength was greatly reduced, and the power was not enough to break through the boundless armor's defense. Yi Tianzong was fine. On the other hand, Yi Tianzong's attacks were like tickles to the Netherworld Demon Emperor. The Netherworld Demon Emperor was also fine. After fighting for a while, Yi Tianzong and the Netherworld Demon Emperor felt the awkwardness of the situation. They tacitly stopped fighting and faced each other from 10 miles away. At this moment, Yi Tianzong was glad that he had not been too blindly confident and used the war merits he had obtained in the world battlefield to exchange for the prison Emperor Mirror and the great shattering lightsaber. Otherwise, once the Netherworld Demon Emperor escaped, he would definitely not be his opponent. After fighting with the Netherworld Demon Emperor, Yi Tianzong finally understood why the Netherworld Demon Emperor had said that only great emperors and heavenly venerables could kill great emperors. The difference between a divine king and a great emperor was like the difference between a first sky of myth and a divine king. Even if a divine king stood there and did not fight back, and a first sky of myth could not break through the defense of a divine king's body. On the other hand, a great emperor at his peak could stand there and let a peak divine king attack, and he would not be able to break through the defense of the celestial emperor body. Yi Tianzong was not an ordinary divine king. Although he was only an early divine king, he had comprehended 108 laws. His strength was far beyond an ordinary peak divine king. However, the Netherworld Demon Emperor was not an ordinary great emperor either. What Yi Tianzong didn't know was that the abysmal Demon Emperor was a famous expert in the later stage of the Great Emperor realm in his original Great Thousand World. He had comprehended 5 rules of heaven and earth, and his power was stronger than an ordinary peak Great Emperor. The Netherworld Demon Emperor had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, since the legend era of the profound spirit world. His vitality was greatly damaged, and his strength was greatly reduced. If the Netherworld Demon Emperor escaped, Yi Tianzong would not be able to defeat the Netherworld Demon Emperor with his current strength. Even if Yi Tianzong had the boundless godly sword, which was refined from emperor-grade divine materials and could injure the Netherworld Demon Emperor, one should not forget how great emperors were born. The great monarch experts were also known as heaven monarchs. They had comprehended more than 80% of the laws of heaven and earth and formed the heaven monarch body. Their divine souls were placed in the long river of laws and the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. They could use their great divine abilities to fight against their enemies. Every time they broke through a small realm, they would gain 129, 6 million years of life. Their bodies would be able to nurture the chaos origin embryo, and the strong ones could open up a middle world. The divine soul of a great emperor was attached to the celestial emperor river. This was the fundamental reason why great emperors were difficult to kill. Chapter 318. Yi Tianzong's boundless divine sword could cause damage to the Netherworld Demon Emperor's body, and Yi Tianzong could even severely injure the Netherworld Demon Emperor if he went all out. However, Yi Tianzong could not do anything to the Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul. A great emperor's divine soul was placed in the long river of laws, and it could absorb the power of the long river to recover its strength. The layers of seals and the 108 stone swords on the Netherworld Demon Emperor's body cut off the connection between the Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul and the long river of laws, sealing the Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul in his own body. If Yi Tianzong wanted to kill the Netherworld Demon Emperor, he would first have to break the seals on the Netherworld Demon Emperor's body. Then, once the seals were broken, the Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul would immediately enter the long river of laws to recover its strength. However, if Yi Tianzong did not care, the Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul would still enter the long river of laws when he broke the seals himself. In this way, Yi Tianzong would not be able to completely kill the Netherworld Demon Emperor, unless there was a way to prevent the Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul from entering the long river of laws, or if he did not want to enter the long river of laws. Thinking about the immortal mansion in his mind, Yi Tianzong carefully considered his plan several times before he made up his mind. Looking at the Netherworld Demon Emperor opposite him, Yi Tianzong summoned the boundless divine sword and continued to attack the Netherworld Demon Emperor. This time, Yi Tianzong directly used the power of 10 types of laws. His aura surged, and the boundless divine sword increased in size by 10 times. Yi Tianzong waved the golden long sword and slashed at the Netherworld Demon Emperor's body. When Yi Tianzong summoned the boundless divine sword, the Netherworld Demon Emperor could tell that it was a divine weapon made with emperor-level divine materials that could harm his divine body. However, he did not understand where Yi Tianzong got so many emperor-level divine materials. One had to know that at his peak, he only had one set of armor refined from emperor-grade divine materials and 9 Serenity's Emperor Sword. The 9 Underworld armor and the 9 Underworld Emperor Sword had been shattered in the battle hundreds of thousands of years ago. The 9 Underworld Demon Emperor was really poor now. Seeing that Yi Tianzong was so rich, Netherworld Devil Emperor felt that it was unfair. At the same time, he was sure that Yi Tianzong had a huge secret. Yi Tianzong attacked. Although the Netherworld Devil Emperor did not have a weapon, he was not afraid. How could a great emperor retreat when facing a god king? Thus, Yi Tianzong and the Netherworld Demon Emperor once again engaged in a fierce battle in the narrow space of 1,000 miles. This time, it was Yi Tianzong who had the slight upper hand. The boundless divine sword that was forged from various monarch-grade divine materials was now comparable to a peak divine king artifact. However, its sharpness was still able to cause a certain amount of damage to great emperors. Yi Tianzong brandished the boundless divine sword and slashed the Netherworld Demon Emperor's body. Small wounds appeared on his body, but they quickly healed. On the other hand, the Netherworld Demon Emperor's attacks on Yi Tianzong's body did not cause any damage to Yi Tianzong. Day after day, year after year, in the blink of an eye, for years had passed. Yi Tianzong was in the deepest part of the underground space, fighting the Netherworld Demon Emperor endlessly in the narrow space of 1,000 miles. When he was tired, Yi Tianzong would leave the space to rest and recover his strength. After he recovered, he would continue to fight the Netherworld Demon Emperor. He was completely treating the Netherworld Demon Emperor as a sparring partner. How could the Netherworld Demon Emperor not see through Yi Tianzong's plan? However, he could not leave the sealed space. When Yi Tianzong fought with him, he could not hide. His pride did not allow him to hide. Otherwise, he would lose face. Although he hated Yi Tianzong to the core, he could only fight Yi Tianzong every time. He could not do anything to Yi Tianzong. Because of the battle with Yi Tianzong, the time it took for him to break the seal was greatly delayed. It would take him at least 3 more years to break the seal. Every time he thought of this, he wanted nothing more than to grind Yi Tianzong's bones into dust and refine his soul. However, when he thought of his own discovery and plan, the Netherworld Demon Emperor could only endure it for the time being. During these years of fighting with Yi Tianzong, the Netherworld Demon Emperor had made some discoveries. It was because of these discoveries that the Netherworld Demon Emperor came up with a plan. He discovered that Yi Tianzong had comprehended 20 types of laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, he had comprehended more than 70% of them. What did this mean? This meant that Yi Tianzong had advanced to the godly king realm with 20 types of laws of heaven and earth. How inconceivable was this? The Netherworld Demon Emperor's shock was indescribable. He came from a super great world, the Myriad Races world. There were thousands of races in the Myriad Races world, and countless geniuses competed with each other. The Netherworld Demon Emperor himself was once a very powerful genius. He was ranked in the middle of the Myriad Races world's geniuses. However, he had never heard of any genius who could comprehend 20 types of laws of heaven and earth to advance to the godly king realm. Before reaching the godly king realm, comprehending 20 types of laws of heaven and earth at the same time required unimaginable conditions and restrictions in terms of divine body, divine soul, resources, comprehension, lifespan, opportunities, and so on. No genius in a super great world could do this, but Yi Tianzong from a declining middle world had done it. What did this mean? This meant that Yi Tianzong definitely had a heaven-shaking secret and an unparalleled opportunity. The Netherworld Demon Emperor was very clear about his own situation. A great emperor was basically his peak. If he wanted to become a celestial venerable, even in his heyday, his foundation were not enough. Moreover, after being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, his foundation and vitality had been greatly damaged. The chances of him recovering his previous strength were slim, let alone becoming a celestial venerable. However, while he had no hope, Yi Tianzong had a great chance. Since Yi Tianzong could advance to the godly king realm by comprehending 20 types of laws of heaven and earth, it meant that Yi Tianzong had far surpassed him in every aspect. As long as he could possess Yi Tianzong, he would be able to steal Yi Tianzong's luck and fortune. His future was limitless. Becoming a celestial venerable might not be his goal, but becoming a supreme celestial venerable was his ultimate goal. It was because of this discovery and plan that the Netherworld Demon Emperor had the patience to fight with Yi Tianzong day after day, year after year. Similarly, Yi Tianzong had also gained a lot from the battle with the Netherworld Demon Emperor. After familiarizing himself with the Netherworld Demon Emperor's strength, Yi Tianzong had removed the boundless armor and used his own godly king physique to fight against the Netherworld Demon Emperor's celestial emperor physique. The result was without suspense. Although Yi Tianzong's godly king physique was very powerful, it was still far from the Netherworld Demon Emperor's celestial emperor physique. Every time Yi Tianzong couldn't withstand the Netherworld Demon Emperor's attacks. He would summon the boundless armor to protect himself. Then he would retreat from the battle and use the Law Origin energy in his body to heal his injuries before fighting the Netherworld Demon Emperor again. After 4 years, Yi Tianzong's godly king physique had become several times stronger. He could now withstand the power of 30 types of laws of heaven and earth at the same time. After taking some time to receive the feedback from the expansion of heaven and earth and spending 2 days with his family, Yi Tianzong returned to the depths of the earth and continued to fight the Netherworld Demon Emperor. Another 3 years passed, and Yi Tianzong was still fighting the Netherworld Demon Emperor. Suddenly, the Netherworld Demon Emperor's aura surged crazily and rapidly, directly sending Yi Tianzong flying. The layers of rune seals on the Netherworld Demon Emperor's body flickered a few times before they began to disappear layer by layer. Then the 108 stone swords that pierced through his body began to collapse inch by inch. The 3,000 law chains that wrapped around his body also began to break. The Netherworld Demon Emperor's aura grew stronger and stronger with every passing second. Yi Tianzong's eyes flashed with shock. Then, without looking back, he left the underground space and flew to the surface. "Kiki, godly king ant, where do you think you're going?" Seeing Yi Tianzong turn and leave, the Netherworld Demon Emperor did not stop. Although the seals on his body had not been completely broken, the underground space in front of him could no longer restrict him. Taking a step forward, the Netherworld Demon Emperor and Yi Tianzong followed behind Yi Tianzong and arrived at the 9 heavens of the profound spirit world. At this time, the profound spirit world had completed its expansion. Just the central plains had expanded to a vast territory that spanned trillions of miles, not to mention the northern border, the western regions, the southern wasteland, and the even larger boundless ocean. The entire profound spirit world's origin and heaven and earth origin chi had already reached the level of a peak middle-class world. Furthermore, as time passed and it absorbed the chaotic energy from beyond the heavens, the profound spirit world would once again expand by several times and finally completely recover to its peak. Yi Tianzong and the Netherworld Demon Emperor arrived at the 9 heavens at almost the same time. Then, the two of them released their most powerful auras at the same time. At this time, Yi Tianzong's status as the World Master was added to his body. At the same time, the power of 30 laws of heaven and earth filled the world. His aura instantly swept through the profound spirit world. All the living beings in the profound spirit world trembled under the sudden pressure of this aura. Even the myth realm experts were no exception. After Yi Tianzong released his most powerful aura, the Netherworld Demon Emperor also completely broke through all the seals on his body. A wave of heaven and earth destroying supreme demonic might swept through the world. "Ha ha ha! I, the Netherworld Demon Emperor, am back." The Netherworld Demon Emperor laughed heartily. His monstrous demonic aura was on par with Yi Tianzong, who was supported by the heaven and earth origin chi. Following his laughter, the endless demonic aura that could destroy all living beings swept through the profound spirit world layer by layer. At this moment, countless living beings were infected by the demonic aura and became mindless puppets that only knew how to kill. "Now's the time," Yi Tianzong shouted in his heart. When the Netherworld Demon Emperor just broke through the seals, Yi Tianzong directly took out the Prison Emperor mirror and instantly froze the Netherworld Demon Emperor, who was laughing complacently. Then he immediately took out the Great Annihilation Lightsaber. The Netherworld Demon Emperor's complacent laughter came to an abrupt end. He was instantly frozen by the Prison Emperor mirror and could not move at all. Then he watched as Yi Tianzong used another sword that brought about a fatal crisis to him. Boom! With a loud sound, the world shook and the 9 heavens shattered. The aftermath of the Great Annihilation Lightsaber destroyed everything within 1 trillion miles. Everything disappeared. The Netherworld Demon Emperor, who was attacked by the great annihilation lightsaber's endless sword energy, let out a miserable and resentful cry. Then, his cry gradually disappeared. After the endless sword energy disappeared, Yi Tianzong looked at the Netherworld Demon Emperor's position with full vigilance. He found that the Netherworld Demon Emperor's figure had disappeared without a trace. There was only a huge black hole that pierced through the profound spirit world and the endless primal chaos outside. The chaotic primal chaos energy rushed through the black hole and into the 9 heavens, constantly corroding and assimilating the space around it. Seeing this, Yi Tianzong quickly mobilized the power of heaven and earth to repair the huge black hole. Under Yi Tianzong's control, the huge black hole gradually disappeared. After repairing the black hole, Yi Tianzong said with a happy expression, "Haha, what dog fart, Demon Emperor? You shamelessly boasted that this young master couldn't kill you. This time you're finished. Humph, I wasted all my wealth and finally killed you." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he changed the topic and fiercely said, "Motherfucker! This bastard didn't even let this young master rest in peace. Sigh. So many creatures have been corroded by the demonic energy. What a great sin this is. Let's hurry up and deal with it." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he once again used the power of heaven and earth. Then he circulated the world, cleansing heavenly scripture. Boundless world, cleansing immortal light, radiated from the 9 heavens. The central plains, the northern frontier, the southern wasteland, the western regions, the boundless sea region, and all the creatures that had been infected by the demonic energy were turned into ashes under this boundless world, cleansing immortal light. However, just as Yi Tianzong was concentrating on purifying the demonic energy puppets, an almost transparent figure ignored space and silently attacked Yi Tianzong. This transparent figure was the Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul. His emperor's body, which had been greatly damaged, was directly turned into ashes under the attack of the great obliteration lightsaber. Even his divine soul was severely injured. With his divine soul severely injured, the Netherworld Demon Emperor's only choice was to seize a new body. He didn't dare to entrust his divine soul to the long river of laws. A complete divine soul was fine, but once a severely injured divine soul was entrusted to the long river of laws, it would most likely be assimilated and devoured by the long river of laws. Wasn't Yi Tianzong in front of him the best candidate for possession? This had been the Netherworld Demon Emperor's plan all along. Therefore, while Yi Tianzong was concentrating on purifying the demonic energy puppets, the Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul used a spatial ability to silently sneak up to Yi Tianzong's side. This time, the Netherworld Demon Emperor had learned his lesson. He didn't shout proudly like before. Instead, he directly turned into a small streak of light and charged between Yi Tianzong's eyebrows with immeasurable speed. Yi Tianzong, who was purifying the demonic energy puppets, immediately stopped. After the Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul turned into a streak of light and entered Yi Tianzong's mind, he instantly revealed his original form. "Ha ha ha, puny God King Ant. So what if you have external help? Didn't this emperor steal your opportunity? You. What is this? Arg." As soon as the Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul entered Yi Tianzong's mind, it was automatically suppressed by the mortal mansion before it could do anything. It was immediately reduced to pure soul energy, while Yi Tianzong's divine soul absorbed the vast amount of pure soul energy eagerly. As Yi Tianzong absorbed the energy, Yi Tianzong's divine soul rapidly strengthened, gradually transforming into a higher level of divine soul. After who knew how long, Yi Tianzong's divine soul had reached the peak of late God King by the time Yi Tianzong finished absorbing the Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul. It couldn't be helped. Yi Tianzong's divine soul was far more powerful than regular God King's. The amount of soul energy required to advance was extraordinary as well. Yi Tianzong was already very happy to have reached the peak of late God King. Chapter 319. Yi Tianzong's empty and lifeless eyes glowed with a resplendent divine light, and he laughed happily. He had finally eliminated the Netherworld Demon Emperor, this great threat, and it was not in vain for him to take the risk. The Demon Emperor thought that his plan to possess Yi Tianzong was in the bag. But little did he know that Yi Tianzong was also cooperating with the Netherworld Demon Emperor's plan. He wanted to use the Immortal Mansion in his mind to completely suppress the Netherworld Demon Emperor's soul. Only in this way could he completely eliminate the Netherworld Demon Emperor. The Immortal Mansion existed in Yi Tianzong's mind, and it also existed in the depths of endless space and time. Any creature that wanted to invade Yi Tianzong's body would be suppressed by the Immortal Mansion in Yi Tianzong's mind. Yi Tianzong did not believe that the Netherworld Demon Emperor would be destroyed by the Great Obliteration Lightsaber. What he said before and what he did next were all to give the Netherworld Demon Emperor an opportunity to make the Netherworld Demon Emperor believe that he had used up all his trump cards. Only then would he be at ease to possess him, and thus fall into Yi Tianzong's trap. And now everything was over. The great threat of the profound spirit world had completely disappeared. He had also completed many conditions and tests, and could finally be promoted to an intermediate disciple of the Immortal Mansion. Yi Tianzong continued to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, and used the world-cleansing heavenly scripture. After eliminating all the demonic chi puppets in the profound spirit world, he used his status as the World Lord to transmit his voice to the ears of every creature in the profound spirit world. This seat is the Divine King of the vast expanse. Today, I have fought the Netherworld Demon Emperor, who is suppressed in the depths of the world during the mythological era. I have finally obtained the help of heaven and earth to eliminate the Netherworld Demon Emperor. From now on, the world's deepest hidden danger has been eliminated, and there will be no more danger of collapse. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he dispersed the great power of heaven and earth on his body. Then he left the will of heaven and earth to repair the 9 skies that had been shattered by the battle. He took a step towards the Hao-Ranjin sect. Yi Tianzong's words had a huge impact on the entire profound spirit world. At the same time, under the propaganda of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred grounds, all the living beings in the Central Plains, Southern Wasteland, Northern Border, Western regions, and the Boundless Ocean region learned of the cause and effect of this battle once again in a short span of a month. 50 years before Yi Tianzong broke the last layer of the seal, Hao-Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands formed the Sky Pillar Camp and made public all the biggest secrets of the world. For this reason, they even cleaned up many forces that had evil intentions and colluded with the Devil race. Now that Yi Tianzong had eliminated the Devil Emperor, the biggest hidden danger to the world had disappeared. As an alliance, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands naturally had to wantonly publicize the great achievements of Yi Tianzong and the Hao-Ranjin sect, as well as their entire Sky Pillar Camp. After Yi Tianzong displayed his unparalleled strength that suppressed all living beings in the world, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands made up their minds to follow the Hao-Ranjin sect. Whether it was Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, or the 10 Holy Lands, they all had powerhouses of the 5th heaven of the myth realm that had been sealed from the mythological era. They had all seen the strength of a divine king powerhouse. However, in their impression, all the divine king powerhouses that they had seen before could not be compared to Yi Tianzong alone. Therefore, they extinguished the thought of competing with the Hao-Ranjin sect. The difference was too big, and they could not see any hope. They might as well follow the Hao-Ranjin sect. In the future, if any of their forces wanted to break through to the divine king level, they would have to see if Yi Tianzong was willing. If the relationship was ruined, then it would be completely over. In front of a divine king in the profound spirit world, any non-God king level forces were just ants. After the living beings of the profound spirit world, knew that their world was no longer in danger of being overturned. Most of the living beings were grateful to Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong even felt a strong power of faith because of this. However, Yi Tianzong did not absorb this power of faith. Instead, he let it drift freely between heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu Yi Haoren, and the others on the Heavenly Dipper Peak briefly explained the battle with the Netherworld Devil Emperor. Of course, the process was modified. After he finished speaking, Yi Tianzong used the reason that he had comprehended something and went into seclusion again. When he entered the immortal mansion with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu again, a bronze jade token appeared in Yi Tianzong's hand. This was the token that Yi Tianzong had obtained from the examination hall of the immortal mansion when he had been promoted to a primary disciple. Now Yi Tianzong took out this token and inserted his Fa Li into it. Then the bronze jade token instantly shone brightly. In front of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu's eyes, it formed a spatial door. Yi Tianzong was not surprised at all. After he explained to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, he directly entered the spatial door. Stepping into the spatial door formed by the bronze jade token, Yi Tianzong arrived at the examination hall of the immortal mansion. The vast and magnificent examination hall was located in the depths of the immortal mansion. The cultivation area that Yi Tianzong was in was only the outer layer of the immortal mansion. There was an endless distance and space between the examination hall and the examination hall. He could only reach the examination hall through the spatial door formed by the identity token. In the examination hall, there was a dark light mirror floating in the air. It displayed everything that had happened to Yi Tianzong in this life from his birth to the present. Then it tested Yi Tianzong's strength, realm, comprehension of laws, divine body, divine essence, soul, and other aspects. The final result was that Yi Tianzong had passed all the requirements to be promoted to an intermediate disciple. Looking at the shining silver jade token in his hand and the jade butterfly that recorded the inheritance, Yi Tianzong knew that from now on, he had finally become an intermediate disciple among the inheritors. Yi Tianzong happily put away the silver jade token and the inheritance jade butterfly. He did not continue to stay and turned to leave the examination hall. After coming out of the spatial door slowly disappeared. Looking at Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong said with a smile, "Everything went smoothly. I have become an intermediate disciple of a supreme expert." Looking at the two beauties who also revealed beautiful smiles, Yi Tianzong said, "I need to refine the identity token and receive the inheritance. You two go cultivate first." Ling Xinyue and Xinyu did not go far. They planned to protect Yi Tianzong, even though Yi Tianzong would not be attacked in the immortal mansion. Yi Tianzong first took out the silver jade token and injected his own Fa Li to refine it. In just a quarter of an hour, Yi Tianzong refined the identity token of an intermediate disciple. In this silver jade token, there was a small space with a circumference of 10,000 miles that could be used to store items. Moreover, this silver jade token was a powerful, godly king tool. It could withstand 3 fatal attacks. Wearing the silver jade token could increase one's cultivation speed by 2 times. After Yi Tianzong finished refining the identity token of an intermediate disciple, the cultivation area he was in suddenly shook. After the shaking calmed down, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu all discovered that the concentration of heaven and earth yuan qi had increased again. Yi Tianzong felt that it was not weaker than the yuan qi concentration on the profound array peak that he had set up in the mysterious sky sect. Not only that, Yi Tianzong also discovered that the range that he could control in the immortal mansion had expanded to a circumference of 100 million miles. Even the medicine garden had expanded to a circumference of 300 miles, which was 9 times larger. A large amount of spirit grasses, spirit medicines, and heaven and earth treasures were planted in the medicine garden. under the sudden increase in the concentration of heaven and earth yuan qi. Their age and medicinal efficacy had instantly increased by 1,000 years. Feeling the superior cultivation environment, Yi Tianzong could not help but smile. After half an hour, after calming down his joyous mood, Yi Tianzong took out the inheritance jade butterfly again. Then he probed his divine soul into the inheritance jade butterfly. This time, Yi Tianzong obtained the inheritance jade butterfly. There were divine abilities, secret techniques, array Dao, pill Dao, tools Dao, heavenly secrets, unorthodox techniques, and so on. The content was very large. Yi Tianzong spent a whole 10 days to organize it. Chapter 320. Yi Tianzong had obtained the intermediate disciple legacy, which included 108 types of great mystiques, 365 types of formations, as well as a vast number of pill formulas, weapon forging methods, and other legacies that could be used to increase one's strength and influence. At the same time, there was also a set of mystique techniques similar to the 9 refinements of nirvana that could increase one's origin and potential. After obtaining the legacy, Yi Tianzong spent the next 100 years comprehending the 3,000 heavenly laws of heaven and earth of the profound spirit world with the help of his status as a world lord. On the other hand, he digested the various mystiques and techniques that had been passed down, deriving his own heavenly expanse mysterious scripture. During Yi Tianzong's peaceful cultivation, he did not forget to create and perfect a technique for the Hao Ranjin sect that could allow one to cultivate to the godly king stage, the Haoran's heavenly dipper catalog. Furthermore, he chose 18 of his own mystiques to be the foundation of the Hao Ranjin sect. In the 20th year after Yi Tianzong became an intermediate disciple, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, who had accumulated enough experience, passed through the heavenly tribulation and heavenly law net, and advanced to the godly king stage with 27 types of heavenly laws of heaven and earth. Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had both cultivated the 9 refinements of true God, and their potential were second only to Yi Tianzong. In the immortal mansion, they could manifest the 3,000 heavenly laws of heaven and earth of the profound spirit world. In addition to the huge trial array that Yi Tianzong had spent a lot of resources to set up, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu definitely had the strength to advance to the godly king stage with 27 types of heavenly laws of heaven and earth. Furthermore, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu were not like Yi Tianzong, who had comprehended too many heavenly laws and had to snatch them from the sea of origin for his own life. Both of them had obtained the recognition of the sea of origin and obtained 27 strands of heavenly laws of heaven and earth. After cultivating the 9 refinements of true God, the strength of their divine bodies and souls could easily withstand the pressure of 27 strands of heavenly laws of heaven and earth. While Ling Xinyue and Xinyu were cultivating their godly king physiques, in the 50th year after their breakthrough, Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, Su Mingxin, and the others had accumulated enough experience. They could not advance in the 6th heaven of myth realm, and finally broke through to the godly king stage with 10 types of heavenly laws of heaven and earth. With the successive breakthroughs of Yi Haoran and the others, including Yi Tianzong, the Hao Ranjin sect now had 10 godly king experts. In the profound spirit world, they were the supreme overlord, the ruler of heaven and earth. Even if all the other forces combined, they would not be a match for the Hao Ranjin sect. In a medium-class world like the profound spirit world, the strength of a godly king was a supreme existence at the top of the world. If a godly king expert wanted to do evil, then it would bring unimaginable damage to the world. However, despite the risk, no medium-class world would restrict the birth of a godly king. This was because the promotion of a godly king had to pass the test of the Great Thousand World. Once one passed the test of the Great Thousand World and successfully advanced to the godly king stage, then the medium-class world they were in would also receive the blessings of the Great Thousand World. The strong would always be strong, and this was more suitable for the world. The more experts there were in the world, the stronger the world's ability to resist danger. The world would have more potential and opportunities to become even stronger. Because of the successive breakthroughs of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu Yi Haoren, and the others, the profound spirit world had obtained the source energy of the Great Thousand Worlds, heavenly Tao, causing the profound spirit world's recovery to greatly increase. The world was also swallowing and spitting out an endless amount of primal chaos qi, slowly expanding. But for now, after the profound spirit world recovered to its peak, there would not be any more divine king experts born for a long period of time. Don't look at how Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoren, and the others advanced to godly kings so easily. In reality, there were many factors involved. Firstly, because of Yi Tianzong, these people did not lack cultivation techniques, divine abilities, resources, secret techniques, and so on. Furthermore, because they cultivated the 9 revolutions of true God secret technique, whether it was in terms of talent or potential, they were stronger than the genius disciples of the supreme forces of the Great Thousand World. Secondly, they followed Yi Tianzong step by step to break the seal of heaven and earth, developing the Haoranjin sect from a small sect to the current Colossus and Supreme Overlord. All of them received the favor of the will of heaven and earth, and their luck greatly increased. Furthermore, as Yi Tianzong's family, they also shared some of Yi Tianzong's luck. How great was Yi Tianzong's luck? It was simply unimaginable, especially after Yi Tianzong became an intermediate disciple of the Immortal Mansion. Yi Tianzong's luck skyrocketed again. Even if it was only 1/10 of it, it was enough to allow a great emperor expert to advance to the celestial master realm. Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoren, and the others were the closest to Yi Tianzong. They shared some of Yi Tianzong's luck. In addition to the favor of heaven and earth, as well as the top-notch conditions in various aspects, all of these factors combined to advance to the godly king realm. The profound spirit world was still in the process of recovering, and the luck of the world itself was not at its peak. Originally, it was unable to support the birth of so many godly kings. At the peak of the mythological era, after hundreds of thousands of years of development, the entire profound spirit world only had 15 godly kings. The main reason why Yi Haoren and the others were able to break through was because of Yi Tianzong's support. Yi Tianzong only had 300 years to become the master of the world. Thus, Yi Tianzong planned to stay in the profound spirit world and use his status as the master of the world to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth until the 300 years were up. However, even though he was calmly comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong did not want the profound spirit world to be a pool of stagnant water. Yi Tianzong wanted the profound spirit world to become more active. He wanted the profound spirit world to have more possibilities, to make the world stronger, and to give birth to more experts. After all, he would eventually enter the Great Thousand World. The profound spirit world would be his headquarters. The stronger it was, the better. Thus, under Yi Tianzong's research, after spending 50 years, the All-Life Heavenly Net was born. The All-Life Heavenly Net was created by Yi Tianzong using a large amount of Emperor-level materials, Divine King-level materials, as well as countless other materials and resources. He also borrowed the power of heaven and earth to create it. The main body of the All-Life Heavenly Net was a spirit profound jade butterfly with a circumference of 10,000 li. It had 3 functions: deduce, purify, and store. It was actually a cultivation version of a supercomputer that could purify negative energy. And the All-Life Heavenly Net was equivalent to the modern world's internet. The All-Life Heavenly Net was connected to the will of heaven and earth. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, it could communicate with all living beings in the profound spirit world that had complete consciousness. All living beings in the profound spirit world could use the All-Life Heavenly Net to browse the corresponding content for free. For example, a Wu Zongjing martial artist could browse the all-life heavenly net for free. All the cultivation knowledge, martial techniques, and secret techniques of the Wu Zongjing world were available. At the same time, cultivators could upload some of their own thoughts into the all-life heavenly net. If the content was shocking enough, they could obtain merit points. By paying the merit points, cultivators could browse the content that they did not have access to. At the same time, they could borrow the Spirit Profound Jade Butterfly's deduction ability to help them deduce the most suitable cultivation method. The Spirit Profound Jade Butterfly could record and store the thoughts and countless knowledge of all living beings in the world. It could also filter out the negative thoughts and feed the remaining thoughts that were beneficial to the development of heaven and earth to the will of heaven and earth. This allowed the will of heaven and earth to borrow the thoughts of all living beings to evolve at a rapid speed. There were no side effects to accelerating the development of heaven and earth. In the entire all-life heavenly net and the Spirit Profound Jade Butterfly, Yi Tianzong always had the highest authority. Chapter 321. The Spirit Profound Jade Butterfly recorded and stored the thoughts and ideas of all living beings. Not only was it extremely important to the will of the world, but it was also extremely important to cultivators like Yi Tianzong. The wisdom of all living beings was endless. From the most basic martial, disciple realm to the myth realm, every living being in the world had their own insights. With these insights, anyone would be able to find something useful to themselves, thus strengthening their foundation and having a higher chance of breaking through. Yi Tianzong had the highest authority in the Spirit Profound Jade Butterfly, and it was also the highest authority that could never be removed. He could change the authority of anyone else at will. Below him was the will of the world, followed by Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoren, and the others. Below them were the God King experts who would appear in the future. Below the God King experts were the 6th layer of the myth realm, the 5th layer of the myth realm, and so on. Yi Tianzong's goal was to use the all-life net Skynet to strengthen the communication between all living beings in the world. From there, more thoughts and ideas would collide with each other. This would allow the entire profound spirit world to bloom, gathering the wisdom of all living beings and promoting the progress and development of the world. And he only needed to periodically harvest the thoughts and ideas of all living beings in the Spirit Profound Jade Butterfly, and then evolve them. He would definitely be able to obtain a huge harvest. After creating the All-Life Net Skynet, Yi Tianzong first uploaded his own understanding of the various realms and things to pay attention to in the All-Life Net Skynet. Then he told his thoughts and the use of the All-Life Net Skynet to Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoren, and the other higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect. After the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect discussed the pros and cons of the All-Life Net Skynet, they finally decided that everyone in the Haoranjin sect would be connected to the All-Life Net Skynet. Then, except for the core secrets of the Haoranjin sect, the cultivation manuals, martial skills, divine abilities, formations, alchemy techniques, pill recipes, refining techniques, and so on would all be uploaded to the All-Life Net Skynet. The content that was uploaded to the All-Life Skynet would not only be rewarded with a large amount of merit points, but others could also view the content after paying the merit points. The Haoranjin sect was now the undisputed supreme overlord of the profound spirit world. The disciples of the Haoranjin sect were basically invincible against those of the same level. Of all the powers in the profound spirit world, who did not want to become an existence like the Haoranjin sect, who did not want to obtain the powerful secrets of the Haoranjin sect. Currently, countless of Haoranjin sect's secret manuals had been uploaded onto the Universal Skynet. As long as one spent some merit points, they would be able to browse through them openly. Who in the entire profound spirit world would be able to resist such a temptation? No. After everyone in the Haoranjin sect used the All-Life Skynet for a month, the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred lands who received the news also connected to the All-Life Skynet. Then, After another 3 months, Yi Tianzong used his power as the Lord of the world to let all living beings know of the all-life Skynet's existence. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye 100 years had passed. In the past 100 years, the all-life Skynet had long become an indispensable part of the cultivation and life of the profound spirit world. Countless cultivators in the world, because of the countless knowledge in the all-life Skynet, had more possibilities and a higher limit of growth. At the same time, they exploded with endless potential and creativity. Countless divine abilities, secret techniques, martial skills, alchemy techniques, pill recipes, arrays, and so on were improved and optimized by the wisdom of all living beings. They became more perfect, more beneficial for cultivation, more powerful and mysterious, and the cultivator's foundation became deeper and stronger. Now, in the profound spirit world, the central plains, the southern wasteland, the northern border, the western regions, and the boundless ocean were connected by countless super teleportation arrays. There were even more than 100 teleportation arrays in the void. Between the regions and cities in each region, there were also countless large teleportation arrays, medium teleportation arrays, and small teleportation arrays that were connected. At the same time, in the skies of the central plains, the southern wasteland, the northern border, the western regions, and the boundless ocean, there were countless flying artifacts that carried people flying in the sky at all times. Every first-rate force, and above, had built their own battle fortresses based on their own ideas and concepts and deployed sect protection arrays and so on. With the all-life Skynet as a platform, countless cultivators communicated with one another. Every day, there were many cultivation techniques, martial skills, divine abilities, pill recipes, and arrays that were improved and created, giving everyone more choices and opportunities. As for the living beings who improved and invented new cultivation arts, martial arts, pill recipes, and spell formations, they were also rewarded handsomely. With the all-life Skynet, all forces and cultivators knew that it was not advisable to just cultivate in seclusion. Only by interacting with one another could they have more ideas and insights and have a broader future. All living beings in the world benefited. As the center of the world, how could the Haoranzhen sect, Yi Tianzong, and the others' benefits be any lesser? The Haoranzhen sect had the most elite and most well-rounded talents in the entire profound spirit world. Under the stimulation of the all-life Skynet, after 100 years of development, their strength, foundation, divine abilities, and cultivation techniques had reached an unimaginable level. Without mentioning anything else, just the 4 sky-level battle fortresses, which were above the Lingyan level, were enough to prove the Haoranzhen sect's strength. And this was only the tip of the iceberg of the Haoranzhen sect's strength. The Haoranzhen sect was still the absolute overlord of the profound spirit world, and its strength and position were even stronger and more stable. Yi Tianzong had the highest authority in the all-life Skynet and the profound spirit jade butterfly. Every 10 years, he would use his divine sense to explore the profound spirit jade butterfly and absorb the thoughts of all living beings as his resources. After 100 years, Yi Tianzong had not only completely digested the inheritance he had received, but also consolidated his foundation. He had derived the contents of the heavens' expanse mysterious scripture to an even more perfect level. More than half of the 108 natural laws had been comprehended to the mid-stage God-King level, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoren, Su Mingxin, and the other God-King level powerhouses had also absorbed the resources of all living beings. Their cultivation had become smoother and smoother, and their advancements were very fast. Their early-stage God-King level was very stable, and they were moving towards the mid-stage God-King level. At the same time, Haoranzhen sect had more and more 6th heavenly stage powerhouses, and there were already more than 100 of them. Because of the all-life Skynet, the profound spirit world had also been purified and filtered by the profound spirit jade butterfly. It had received the support of all living beings, and the speed of the evolution of the world had greatly increased. The power of the will of the world had become stronger and stronger. In just 60 years, it had returned to its peak state during the Legend era, which was 150 years earlier than the 200 years that it had been estimated to take. Yi Tianzong could clearly feel that the profound spirit world and the will of the world had undergone an indescribable and wonderful change. It had become more active and full of vitality. Some of the natural laws that had not reached 70% of the profound mysteries had also become more profound under the constant evolution of the world. The efficiency and speed of the world membrane's absorption of the boundless chaos qi had been increasing. Although the increase was very small, it was still increasing. Under Yi Tianzong's control, the profound spirit world was developing in a better direction, and it was becoming stronger and stronger. This was the result that Yi Tianzong wanted to see. Chapter 322. On this day, Yi Tianzong, who was cultivating in seclusion on the spirit profound jade butterfly, opened his eyes and looked at the endless primal chaos outside of the profound spirit world. Is there still 30 years until it's time? It's time to prepare. The world this time is not simple. Yi Tianzong muttered to himself. 50 years ago, Yi Tianzong had received a hint from the will of heaven and earth. He knew that a powerful middle world was approaching the profound spirit world. When the time came, the two worlds would most likely cross paths. In the endless primal chaos of the myriad worlds, countless small worlds, middle worlds, and great worlds were floating in the primal chaos. They were constantly in a state of movement. However, generally speaking, a great world would suppress an area of boundless primal chaos. Within the area of influence of the great world, many middle worlds and small worlds would be born or attracted, forming a group of worlds. These middle worlds and small worlds that were attached to the great world's radiation would drift irregularly within the entire group of worlds. Occasionally, there would be two or more worlds that were close to each other, or even connected. And when two worlds were close to each other, there was a high possibility that war would break out. This was because between worlds, they could continue to grow stronger by devouring or merging with each other. From the feedback of the will of heaven and earth, the world that was gradually approaching was also a powerful middle world. Furthermore, it was a world that was rapidly developing towards its peak. It had more than 10 divine kings. The wills of the two worlds that were close to each other would have a mutual connection that transcended time and space. They would obtain some general information about each other. The will of heaven and earth of the profound spirit world could obtain general information about that world. Similarly, the middle world that was approaching would also be able to obtain general information about the profound spirit world. With a wave of his hand, a jade slip appeared. Yi Tianzong stored the information about the approaching world and some other information into the jade slip. Finally, he added the order to prepare for war. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip disappeared into the void. After a moment, there was a spatial fluctuation. The upper echelons of the Hao Ranzhen sect, who happened to be in the Haoran Great Hall, received Yi Tianzong's jade slip. Today, the upper echelons of the Hao Ranzhen sect were all of the new generation that had grown up. The original upper echelons of the Hao Ranzhen sect, such as Yi Haoran, had all retired behind the scenes 30 years ago. They quietly cultivated and became the supreme elders of the Hao Ranzhen sect. They were the ultimate foundation of the Hao Ranzhen sect. The new upper echelons of the Hao Ranzhen sect were all at level 4 and level 5 of the mythical realm. They were all the children and direct disciples of the previous upper echelons of the Hao Ranzhen sect. Of course, Yi Tianzong had also become the sect leader of the Hao Ranzhen sect after Yi Haoran. However, as the strongest existence in the Hao Ranzhen sect, Yi Tianzong did not manage the affairs of the sect. He only asked about the situation periodically. Anyway, in the entire Hao Ranzhen sect, no one dared to deceive him. The new disciplinary hall master was Yi Tianzong's cousin, Yi Xianlin. He was also the son of Yi Haoyun and Zi Yunxian. Yi Xianlin was born 200 years ago. thanks to the powerful strength of Yi Haoyun and Zi Yinxian. Yi Xianlin had a divine body when he was just born. His aptitude was very outstanding, and his starting point surpassed countless geniuses. In order to prevent Yi Xianlin from going astray, Yi Haoyun and Zi Yinxian were very strict with Yi Xianlin. However, Yi Xianlin did not disappoint Yi Haoyun and Zi Yinchuan's teachings. His character was firm and upright. When he was 200 years old, his cultivation had already reached level 5 of the mythical realm. Furthermore, he had cultivated the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of true God and comprehended 7 types of laws of heaven and earth. His foundation was very solid. As long as there were no accidents, it would not be a problem for him to become a divine king. The jade slip that suddenly appeared in the main hall of the Haoranjin sect puzzled all the upper echelons of the Haoran sect. It was not because someone would harm them. What a joke! In the profound spirit world, who would dare to? Who could threaten the Haoranjin sect? This jade slip could only be sent by someone in the sect. Furthermore, it was sent by the sect leader or one of the upper echelons of the sect. Looking at the jade slip in front of him, Yi Xianlin was stunned for a moment. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. After browsing through the information in the jade slip, under the curious gaze of everyone in the main hall of the Haoran sect, Yi Xianlin said solemnly, "This is sent by the sect leader." Hearing Yi Xuanlin's words, all the upper echelons of the sect in the main hall of the Haoran sect straightened their bodies and looked solemn. Yi Xianlin looked around and continued, "The sect leader said that in the boundless chaos outside the world, there is a powerful middle world that is approaching our world. In 30 years, it will arrive at our world's location. When the 2 worlds meet, there is a high possibility of a world war. Moreover, there are more than 10 divine kings in that world. It is a world that is growing rapidly. When the 2 worlds meet, they can devour each other to grow stronger. I believe all of you know that. Therefore, the possibility of a world war is almost 100%. The sect leader wants us to spread the news to everyone in the world and prepare for war. If it is not a very dangerous situation, the sect leader will not take action. We will have to deal with it ourselves." The test hall master, Yun Tian, said excitedly, "Haha, it is just an enemy that is similar to our world. What is there to be afraid of? There is no need for the sect leader to take action. We can deal with it ourselves. Humph. After lying low for so many years, we can take advantage of this world war to test our achievements. There are also some bastards who think that they can challenge our Haoranjin sect's rules just because they have the all-life nets above snares below. They are so reckless. We can take advantage of this world war to clean up a group of forces with ulterior motives." The training hall master, Li Qingyin, said, "That's right. We have been developing in a low-key way all these years. Many forces have forgotten the dignity of our Haoranjin sect. We have to teach them a lesson. Moreover, with the strength of our sect now, we can only show our strength in a world war. For those forces in our world, I don't want to boast, but none of them can fight. Those people are still proud of themselves. Really." After listening to everyone's opinions, Yi Xianlin said, "Well, since that is the case, let's spread the news to the world. Maybe when the time comes, we will have to participate in the battle personally." Under the publicity of the Haoranjin sect, in just one day, all forces in the Central Plains, Southern Wasteland, Northern Borderline, Western regions, and the Boundless Ocean were informed of the arrival of the extraterrestrial world 30 years later through the all-life nets above snares below. And all the forces immediately issued a war mobilization order to prepare for the upcoming war. With the all-life nets above snares below, after 100 years of development, all the forces in the mainland and the ocean had greatly increased in strength. When one's strength was strong, they could not stay idle. If they could not stay idle, they would look for something to do. However, because of the rules of the Haoranjin sect, any force could fight on a small scale, but they could not fight to the death. Therefore, most of the forces were suppressing their anger. now that they heard that the extraterrestrial world was coming and that a world war was about to break out. All the forces who wanted to vent their anger finally had a target. They were all suppressing their anger and preparing for the war, looking forward to the arrival of the world war. On the other side, in the endless chaos outside the profound spirit world, in an extremely distant place, an extremely huge world was moving in the direction of the profound spirit world. This world was very huge. It was almost the same as the profound spirit world that had recovered to its peak state. At this moment, at the peak of this huge world, there were 20 abnormally powerful existences gathered. These existences were all God King experts. Among these 20 God King experts, the strongest 4 had already reached the late God King realm. It seemed like they had comprehended 2 types of heaven and earth laws. According to the information transmitted by the will of heaven and earth, we are approaching a powerful world. There are more than 10 God King experts in that world. That world is also constantly growing. It cannot be underestimated. Among the 4 strongest existences, a man wearing an emperor divine crown on his head, holding a golden emperor's sword in his hand, and wearing a golden divine robe said, "Humph, God Origin King, are you afraid? Since you are afraid, why don't you withdraw? This time, after devouring that world, your God race will definitely submit to my nether race." Another God King with a powerful evil aura, wearing a black divine robe, holding a white bone scepter, and wearing a blood-red divine crown said, "Nether King, are you courting death?" The dignified man called God Origin King said coldly to the person who mocked him with sullen eyes, "All right, now is not the time for us to fight among ourselves. Let's think about how to destroy that world with the smallest price and obtain more benefits. Vast Sea King, what do you think?" Among the 4, another God King with an aura not weaker than God Origin King and Nether King said. He was a heaven demon king from the demon race. The last of the 4, the God King known as King Hanhai, said, "Heavenly demon monarch, you are right. Now is not the time for internal strife. Once the target world is devoured, you can fight to the death however you want. In that case, let's mobilize all the forces of the world to prepare for war. This world cannot be underestimated. I don't want to die in this war." Heaven Demon King turned and left after saying that. Following his departure, the 20 God Kings also returned to their respective clans and gave orders to prepare for war. Chapter 3:23. The profound spirit world and the nearby world were preparing for war with all their might. The internal atmosphere of the 2 worlds became tense and restless. Time flowed slowly. Under the nervous and expectant mood of the 2 worlds, 30 years had passed. The 2 worlds in the endless primal chaos finally met. The profound spirit world and the equally powerful middle world were relatively still in the primal chaos. Under the control of the will of the 2 worlds, a huge spatial tunnel with a diameter of 5,000 li was formed. Yi Tianzong was on the profound spirit jade butterfly in the 9 heavens of the profound spirit world. He looked at the world on the other side. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong's golden eyes of illusion breaker directly saw through the barrier between the 2 worlds. He saw the 20 divine king experts on the other side and the endless army that numbered in the billions. Luoyu world? It seems that the other world is stronger. However, our world is not much weaker. This war will take a long time. It seems that if I don't make a move, it will take at least 10 years before it ends. However, this is also good. The profound spirit world needs war to strengthen and level up faster. The Hao Ranjan sect also needs to experience war to truly grow and develop further in the future. Yi Tianzong muttered to himself. After the spatial tunnel between the 2 worlds was connected, the various major powers in the profound spirit world could not hold back anymore. They all controlled their battle fortresses and took the lead to enter the spatial tunnel. They were the first to attack the Luoyu world. In the spatial tunnel with a diameter of 5,000 li, the Hao-Ranjin sect's 4 sky suppression level battle fortresses and 20 Ling-Yin level battle fortresses, as well as 300 sky suppression level and Ling-Yin level sky patrol battleships, activated all their defenses. They took the lead and advanced towards the Luoyu world. Behind the Hao-Ranjin sect's troops were the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Sacred Lands. The Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Sacred Lands all obtained the complete method of building Ling-Yin level battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships from the Hao-Ranjin sect. Now, each of them controlled 15 Ling-Yin level battle fortresses and 200 sky patrol battleships, following behind the Hao-Ranjin sect. Behind the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Sacred Grounds were their subordinate forces, as well as the other sacred grounds and super forces in the profound spirit world. In just 2 minutes, the Spirit Profound World's army passed through the huge spatial tunnel and was about to enter Luoyu world. At this moment, 10 streaks of light suddenly flew out from the 4 fortress of Hao-Ranjin sect. They were Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and Su Mingxin. A boundless and terrifying aura erupted from their bodies, shaking the huge spatial tunnel and spreading for tens of thousands of miles. Yi Tianzong had already informed them of the general situation of the Luoyu world. Their target was the 20 God King experts in the opposite world. As long as they delayed the God King experts in the opposite world, the rest would be left to the other forces in the profound spirit world. The 20 God King experts seemed to be a lot more than them. However, Yi Tianzong told them with certainty that the strength of both sides were about the same. Furthermore, the will of the heaven and earth in the opposite world had already been suppressed by the will of the heaven and earth in the profound spirit world and Yi Tianzong. Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the rest did not need to worry about being suppressed by the opposite world. They could use their full strength without worry. God King experts were the strongest in the middle world. They were fully deserving of being called supreme overlords. With a single thought, their divine sense could sweep through hundreds of millions of miles of heaven and earth. When they reached the exit of the spatial tunnel, Ling Xinyue and the rest already knew that the opposite world was waiting for them. As long as they showed themselves, they would be attacked violently. The moment Ling Xinyue left the spatial tunnel, she crushed a god talisman. This god talisman had 70% of Yi Tianzong's strength sealed in it. The moment Ling Xinyue and the rest appeared, the 20 God King experts of the Luoyu world and the countless troops that were waiting for them launched their attacks. The god talisman that Ling Xinyue crushed had already swept towards the living beings near the spatial tunnel of the Luoyu world. An attack with 70% of Yi Tianzong's strength was equivalent to the combined attack of at least 5 peak God King experts who had comprehended 10 types of laws. Such a destructive power, after neutralizing the combined attack of the 20 God King experts and the countless troops from the Luoyu world. The aftershock had even wiped out millions of living beings from the Luoyu world. What? How is this possible? Oh my God! The living beings from the Luoyu world were stunned. They could not believe what had happened. Even the 20 God King experts had ugly expressions on their faces. However, Ling Xinyue and the others didn't care about the people in Luoyu world. After the 9 of them left the spatial passage, they immediately sensed the powerful auras of God Essence King, Hell King, and the other 20 God Kings. Without any hesitation, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu faced off against the strongest God King, Hell King, Heavenly Demon King, and Hanhai King. The remaining 16 early and mid God King experts were left for Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and the rest to deal with. Facing Ling Xinyue, Shen Yu, and the rest of the 9 God Kings, God Origin King, Hell King, and the rest of the 20 Luoyu world's God Kings did not shrink back. They started fighting with Ling Xinyue, Shen Yu, and the rest. The 2 sides left the spatial tunnel and fought in the endless skies of the Luoyu world. Their powerful strength shook the heavens and earth of the Luoyu world. God King, Hell King, Heavenly Demon King and Hanhai King were the 4 late God Kings. The more they fought with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, the more uneasy they felt. They were clearly 2 early God King human women. Yet not only were they able to fight on par with the 4 late God Kings, but they were even becoming fiercer and fiercer as they fought. They seemed to be suppressing them. They had been God Kings for tens of thousands of years, yet they had never imagined that they would encounter a situation like this. There were also the other 7 early God King humans. Their strength was off the charts. The 7 of them were fighting with the 16 God Kings from the Luoyu world. They did not give way to each other. Just what kind of world was the other side? How could there be so many monsters? How did they cultivate? They originally thought that they could devour the other side's world and use the increase in the world's source energy to break through to a higher realm. They never thought that it would be so troublesome. They might even be devoured by the other side. While Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yihaoren, and the others were fighting with the God Kings from the Luoyu world, the Spirit Profound World's army had already entered the Luoyu world through the spatial tunnel. With the Hao Ranjin sect, Ling Yun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands Sky Suppression and Ling Yun battle fortresses leading the way, they defended against the combined attacks of the Luoyu world's army. The other battle fortresses were not to be outdone. With a full force attack, they wiped out a large portion of the Luoyu world's army. Although the countless armies of the Luoyu world had their own trump cards and weapons, such as the God Crashers, Sun shooting crossbows, and so on. However, in terms of grade and power, they were far from being comparable to the Sky Suppression and Ling Yun battle fortresses. With the battle fortresses rampaging through the Luoyu world's army and destroying their formation, the Spirit Profound World's army continued to charge into the Luoyu world's army and fought with the living beings of the Luoyu world. At this time, the difference between the living beings of the 2 worlds was reflected. Because of the existence of the all-life, nets above, snares below, the living beings of the Spirit Profound World had countless cultivation techniques and martial skills that were publicly available. There were also various cultivation experiences and guidance, and all of them had greatly increased their strength. Facing the living beings of the Luoyu world, every Spirit Profound World's martial artist could fight against 2 or even 3 of them at once. As more and more armies entered the Luoyu world, all the forces of the Spirit Profound World gradually stabilized their positions and firmly controlled the area of 10,000 miles around the spatial tunnel, firmly resisting the counterattack of the Luoyu world. All the Myth Realm experts from the Spirit Profound World were fighting to the death with the Myth Realm experts of the Luoyu world in the sky. They did not allow the Myth Realm experts of the Luoyu world to approach the spatial tunnel. As more and more armies came from the Spirit Profound World, the battlefield around the spatial tunnel grew larger and larger. The area of tens of millions of miles around the spatial tunnel was filled with countless battle fortresses, Myth Realm experts, Wu Sheng level experts, and Wu Zun level experts. They fought until the sky and earth lost their color, the space shattered, and the sun and moon lost their light. Wu Zun level and Wu Sheng level experts fell like dense raindrops on the vast battlefield. The living beings of the Wu Zun level and below had countless casualties. Blood and killing intent soared into the sky. Chapter 324. Yi Tianzong, who is in the source of the profound spirit world, opened his eyes once again and looked at the Luoyu world. Then he took a step forward and a golden light paved the way. Yi Tianzong crossed an endless distance and went straight to the last stronghold of the Luoyu world. Ever since the profound spirit world and Luoyu world met and the war broke out, 10 years had passed. The war was nearing its end, and it was time to end it. The living beings of the Luoyu world were weaker than Yi Tianzong imagined. To be exact, they were even more disunited. In these 10 years of war, the profound spirit world had used all their strength and pushed forward step by step in the Luoyu world, causing the native forces of the Luoyu world to retreat. The races of the Luoyu world continued to surrender to the forces of the profound spirit world. For example, The humans of the Luoyu world were the first to surrender to the profound spirit world. Because the humans of the Luoyu world did not have a God King expert, their status was low and they were often bullied and suppressed by other races. When they saw the decline in the war between the profound spirit world and their own world, they were the first to surrender to the Hao Ranjin sect. After the humans surrendered, the elves and the flying feather race, who had a good relationship with the humans, also surrendered to the Hao Ranjin sect. The flying feather race was the same as the humans. They did not have a God King expert. Only the fairy god of elves was an early stage God King expert. Regarding the surrender of the three races, the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred lands discussed the pros and cons and agreed to the surrender of the three races. With the example of the humans, elves, and the flying feather race, many races of the Luoyu world surrendered. As for the races that surrendered, under the decision of the Hao Ranjin sect, some accepted and some did not. After 10 years, a total of 20 races surrendered. The remaining races of the Luoyu world were all within the attack range of the profound spirit world. The number of lives lost in the war between the two worlds could no longer be accurately calculated. It could only be roughly estimated that the profound spirit world alone lost more than 100 billion warriors, and more than 20,000 myth realm warriors died. Now that 10 years had passed, the forces of the profound spirit world had already conquered more than 90% of Luoyu world's territory. There was only one last piece of ocean left. The 12 surviving God King experts of Luoyu world led the final 30 billion soldiers to a perilous land in the depths of the sea. They relied on the terrain and layers of defensive arrays to make a final struggle. After 10 years of God King war, other than the elven God King who surrendered, 7 of the remaining 19 God King experts were killed by Ling Xinyue and the others. Now, there were only 12 God Kings left. If it wasn't for the fact that the Luoyu world's God Kings were always fighting with Ling Xinyue, Xinyu and the others, the 19 God Kings might have already been killed. God Origin Monarch, who was wearing a divine crown and had a dignified aura, said in a somewhat desolate manner, "This is our final resting place. I don't know how long we can last." Right now, his archenemy Underworld King was not in the mood to argue with him. In the battle with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, the Underworld King was too arrogant and had his shoulder cut off by Xinyu's sword. If it wasn't for the God Origin King, Sky Devil King, and Hanhai King, the Underworld King would have died. However, because time was tight, the Underworld King did not have time to use the power of the Law River to heal his severed arm. So, the Underworld King only had 80% of his strength left. The Underworld King looked at the God Origin King with a complicated expression. In the end, he seemed to have made a decision. He faintly said to the God Origin King, "I hope you can resolve our crisis. There's no other way." Hearing the Underworld King's words, the Hanhai King and Sky Devil King were a bit confused. However, the God Origin King's expression was one of shock and then joy. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the God Origin King said, "You've decided?" The Lord of the Underworld said, as if he had seen through life and death, "Do we still have a choice? Those otherworldly God Kings will not let us live. This is the only way that still has hope. Come, I hope you can bring hope to our world." Under the confused and shocked gazes of the God Origin King and the God Origin King, the God Origin King and the Underworld King became one. They formed a giant black and white cocoon of light. The black and white cocoon of light slowly spun. Every time it spun, its presence became stronger. Heavenly Demon Monarch and Hanhai Monarch finally remembered a rumor. Origin God Monarch and Underworld Monarch were originally one entity. They were the first deities to be born in this world. Once they fused together, they would become the lord of this world and become invincible. At first, they thought it was a joke. Now, it seemed that it was not a baseless rumor. It was actually true. If it were any other time, Sky Demon Monarch and King Hanhai would be worried about Elemental God King and Underworld King fusing together. But now that they were on the brink of death, Sky Demon Monarch and King Hanhai couldn't wait for Elemental God King and Underworld King to fuse together. Thus, the two of them acted as guards to protect the combined black and white cocoon of light. Outside the perilous land in the depths of the sea region, the endless army from the spirit profound world occupied the vast sea region. All the mythical powerhouses, the battle fortress, and the endless army formed a joint attack formation. There were also Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoren, Yi Yuanshan, and 9 other God King powerhouses. They were all attacking the vast ocean imperial array in front of them with all their might. The vast ocean heaven controlling formation was a supreme defensive formation that the God Origin King set up with the help of the other God Kings. This formation could absorb the endless power of the ocean to defend against all attacks. As long as the ocean was endless, the formation would continue to exist. The Spirit Profound World's endless army, battle forts, and Ling Xinyue had been attacking with all their might for 2 days. But the vast ocean heaven controlling formation still did not budge. The Haoran Jin Sek's array tools hall master frowned and said, "This formation uses the endless ocean as its source of power. As long as the attack does not exceed the defensive limit of the formation in one go, we can only continue to exhaust it. According to the size of this world's endless ocean, even if we attack with all our might for a month, it would still be useless." Hearing the array tools hall master's words, all the leaders of the major forces in the spirit profound world had ugly expressions. It was impossible for them to give up on attacking. The two worlds had been fighting for so long, and it was not just for the sake of benefits. There was an irreconcilable hatred between them that could not be stopped. Although the tortoise shell in front of them made them feel very uncomfortable, they could only continue like this. There was no way out. Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoren, and the other 9 God Kings did not have any good ideas. Although they were unhappy, they could only attack the vast ocean heaven controlling formation with all their might. The army and experts of the spirit profound world were unable to break through the defense of the vast ocean heaven controlling formation in a short period of time. The creatures of the Luoyu world inside the formation also heaved a sigh of relief. Although this was only temporary, it gave them some leeway to buffer their nervous and fearful feelings. Just as the army and experts of the spirit profound world were facing the full attack of the vast ocean heaven controlling formation, a ray of golden light shot out from the depths of the sea. Wherever the golden light passed, the boundless seawater would churn and surge. It actually separated into 2 sides, revealing an endless sea road that was tens of thousands of feet wide. This kind of earth-shaking movement immediately attracted the attention and vigilance of the army and experts of the spirit profound world who were attacking the vast ocean heaven controlling formation. They immediately stopped attacking the vast ocean heaven controlling formation and looked at the end of the sea road with vigilance. At the end of the endless sea road that was paved with golden light, an incomparably powerful and dignified golden figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. That golden figure was so inconceivably powerful. It was as if he stood at the end of the world, at the peak of the world, suppressing the universe. An invincible supreme aura swept across the heaven and earth, and no one could raise the thought of resisting. Seeing this figure, Ling Xinyue and Shenyu's cold and beautiful faces revealed loving smiles. Yi Haoren, Su Mingxin, and the others revealed happy smiles. Yi Xianlin and the other higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect were overjoyed. At the same time, they shouted loudly, "Welcome, Sect Master!" After Yi Xianlin and the other higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect shouted to welcome the Sect Master, all the experts and disciples of the Haoranjin sect proudly shouted, "Welcome, Sect Master!" That orderly and mighty voice made all the army and experts of the spirit profound world clearly know that the person who came was their world's supreme expert, the heaven's Miss Divine King, Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong softly grunted, but everyone could hear it clearly. Then, Yi Tianzong did not say anything. He just stood at the end of the Golden Sea Road and pointed his finger, under everyone's gaze. Yi Tianzong's finger became tens of thousands of feet long. With a dazzling golden light, it seemed to be slow, but it was actually very fast. It touched the heaven-controlling formation of the vast ocean that they were helpless against. So easily, without any hindrance, under the incredulous gazes of everyone in the spirit profound world, and under the horrified expressions of the people of Luoyu world, Yi Tianzong's finger broke the vast ocean imperial array. Then the 100,000 feet long finger exploded, destroying the array foundation of the vast ocean imperial array, killing millions of experts of Luoyu world who were guarding the array, and severely injuring 3 divine kings. Yi Tianzong's golden eyes of illusion breaker saw through all obstacles and directly saw the black and white cocoon of light that was fusing and transforming. With a little calculation, Yi Tianzong understood the origin of the black and white cocoon of light. If the divine origin king and the netherworld king were to fuse into one and become the supreme god of Luoyu world, then when the time comes they would join forces with the will of Luoyu world, which was already forced to a dead end. It would definitely bring him and the spirit profound world a lot of trouble. Therefore, Yi Tianzong did not want to let the black and white cocoon of light succeed, so he decisively made his move. In order to be foolproof, Yi Tianzong used the law of time and the law of space at the same time. Yi Tianzong stretched out his hand, and 100 feet long golden hand appeared out of thin air. Then it tore through space and appeared directly above the black and white cocoon of light. First, the law of time and the law of space made the black and white cocoon of light, as well as the heavenly demon king and King Hanhai guarding it, unable to move. Then Yi Tianzong's 100 feet long hand seemed to transform into a boundless heaven and earth as it directly sucked the heavenly demon king, King Hanhai, and the black and white cocoon of light into its palm. The entire process was completed in an instant. The heavenly demon king, King Hanhai, and the black and white cocoon of light did not have any time to react or move before they were all captured by Yi Tianzong. Just now, Yi Tianzong used a great divine ability that he had inherited, the world in a palm. It was very powerful. Looking at the heavenly demon king, King Hanhai, and the black and white cocoon of light that were sealed in the world in a palm, Yi Tianzong did not care. He was not in a hurry to deal with them. Instead, he looked at Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoren, and the rest, as well as the upper echelons of the Haoranjin sect, and said softly, "The array has been broken. I'll leave the rest to you. I still have to deal with the world will of this world, so I'll take my leave first." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he transformed into a golden divine light and headed straight for the origin space of the Luoyu world. There, the world will of the spirit profound world was having a final battle with the world will of the Luoyu world. Yi Tianzong wanted to complete this process as soon as possible. After Yi Tianzong arrived, he attacked with all his might. In just an hour, the world will of the Luoyu world was completely devoured by the world will of the spirit profound world. Chapter 325. Luoyu world's will of heaven and earth was destroyed and devoured. The entire world was now in the bag. All that was left was for the profound spirit world to completely merge and devour the entire Luoyu world. Yi Tianzong did not stay for long. He once again appeared and told all the forces in the profound spirit world, 5 years later, the worlds will merge. While there is still time, plunder everything that needs to be plundered. You must leave Luoyu world within 5 years. After saying that, Yi Tianzong once again returned to the profound spirit world under the golden path. 5 years passed quickly. The army and experts of the profound spirit world first completely destroyed the last resistance of Luoyu world. Then they raced against time to plunder the entire Luoyu world. Luoyu world's countless resources were divided among the forces of the profound spirit world. Every force that survived the war received generous rewards. Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoren, and the other God King experts, after destroying all the god kings of Luoyu world, returned to the profound spirit world one after another. After fighting with the god kings of Luoyu world, Ling Xinyu, Xinyu Yihaoren, and the others seemed to have experienced quite a bit of baptism. They were completely familiar with the god king's power and battle methods, and had accumulated experience. After all the army and experts of the profound spirit world returned to the profound spirit world, the entire Luoyu world slowly merged into the profound spirit world under the control of the profound spirit world's will. The entire profound spirit world was shaking slightly at every moment. Every time it shook, the profound spirit world would become a little bigger. The space would become a little stronger, and the world would become a little thicker. This slight shaking lasted for 10 years. After 10 years, the entire Luoyu world had completely merged into the profound spirit world and was devoured by the profound spirit world. At the same time, after devouring the Luoyu world, the profound spirit world's heaven and earth origin chi's density increased by 2 times. There were more than 2,500 types of heaven and earth origin chi in the profound spirit world. All of them reached more than 70%. The world became even more complete and compact. After the profound spirit world merged with the Luoyu world, the area of the Central Plains, the Northern Frontier, the Western regions, the Southern Wasteland, and the Boundless Ocean region had increased by half. Furthermore, there were many more mineral veins that the profound spirit world did not have before. Even the mineral veins that had been mined before had produced a large amount of new resources. Most importantly, because the profound spirit world's origin had increased greatly, all the living beings in the profound spirit world had enjoyed the blessings of the heavens and earth. All the living beings' life origin had also become more profound and powerful. This meant that the entire profound spirit world's living beings had risen to a higher level than before and possessed greater aptitude and potential. All the martial artists who had participated in the attack on Luoyu's world and survived had also received feedback from the will of the world after the world had completed its upgrade. The experts below the myth realm had at least broken through a small realm after receiving feedback from the world. As for the myth realm elites, once they received the feedback from the world, the divine origin in their bodies increased by leaps and bounds, and they managed to save hundreds of years of accumulation. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, and the other godly king experts, as the people who had contributed greatly in this world war, received the most feedback from the heavens and earth. Taking this opportunity, Yi Tianzong began to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. Ling Xinyu, Xinyu Yihaoren, and the others cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious technique that Yi Tianzong had taught them. After Yi Tianzong had been promoted to an intermediate disciple in the Immortal Mansion, he had received the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. This secret technique had the same principle and effect as the 9 refining nirvana secret technique that Yi Tianzong had cultivated before. However, the 9 refining nirvana secret technique was suitable for those below the godly king realm, while the 9 revolutions mysterious technique was suitable for those below the godly king realm. The 9 revolutions mysterious technique was a simplified version of the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. It was also suitable for those in the godly king realm, the great emperor realm, and the celestial venerable realm. It was prepared for the family and companions of the inheritor. Whether it was the 9 revolutions mysterious technique or the 9 revolutions mysterious technique, there was only one condition to cultivate these 2 secret techniques, and that was to have a vast amount of energy. When Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, and Yihaoren were cultivating the secret technique, in addition to the feedback from the heavens and earth, each of them had millions of origin crystals as backup. In the middle realm, after cultivators reached the godly king realm, they would basically have the same lifespan as the heavens. At the very least, they would have a lifespan of several million years. In the eyes of godly kings, time did not have much meaning. Ever since the profound spirit world swallowed the Luoyu world, 30 years had passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, and Yi Haoren had finally completed their transformations. No matter if it was their internal source, foundation, potential, or external godly king physique, magic power capacity, or the strength of their souls, all of them had increased. Their overall strength had increased by at least 3 times. After coming out of seclusion, Yi Tianzong and the others once again received a piece of good news. Following the profound spirit world's advancement, the heavens and earth source of energy had increased greatly. The heavens and earth's ability to withstand it had also increased greatly. With more luck and resources, more godly kings had appeared. In the 30 years that Yi Tianzong and the others had been in seclusion, the entire Central Plains, Northern Border, Western regions, Southern Wasteland, and the Boundless Sea region had 8 new godly kings. Among them, there were 3 in the Central Plains, none in the Northern Border, Western regions, and Southern Wasteland, and 5 in the Boundless Sea region. Among the 3 godly kings in the Central Plains, all of them were experts from the Hao Ranjin sect. They were the former Merit Hall Master Yi Zhen, the Examination Hall Master Amo Xian, and the 100 Herb Hall Master Xiao Yuan. Because Yi Tianzong had passed down the 9 revolutions of reversion, secret technique, to the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect, there were more than 10 people in the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect who had the potential to break through to the godly king realm. Yi Zhen, Amo Xian, and Xiao Yuan had all cultivated to the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of myth realm. In the previous World War, they had eliminated more than 10 experts of the same level. With the help of the heavens and earth's advancement and feedback, they had comprehended 3 types of laws of the heavens and earth, and had broken through to the godly king realm in one fell swoop. The Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect were originally godly king inheritances. Currently, the strongest experts in their sects were 6 experts of the 6th heavenly layer of myth realm. These people had not reached the level of breaking through to the godly king realm. The 5 experts of the Boundless Sea area who had broken through to the godly king realm were all from the overlords of the Boundless Sea area. They were the Sea Dragon Royal Clan, the Ice Flood Dragon Clan, the Giant Spirit Sea Whale Clan, the Azure Sea Xian Turtle Clan, and the Blood Flame Shark Clan. These 5 overlords of the Boundless Sea area ruled the vast territory of the Boundless Sea area. There were many experts in their clans, and there were as many as 3 experts of the 6th heavenly layer of myth realm. Originally, during the mythological era, these 5 overlord clans could have given birth to godly king experts. However, due to the suppression of Penglai godly king, these 5 overlord clans had suffered heavy casualties. They could only keep a low profile to avoid being exterminated. Now, with the advancement of the heavens and earth, the patriarchs of these 5 overlord clans had finally broken through to the godly king realm in one fell swoop. The Boundless Sea area had 5 more godly king experts in one fell swoop. Originally, these 5 godly king experts were worried about whether or not they would be suppressed and attacked by the Hao Ranjin sect. After all, before this, the Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sanctuaries were the overlords of the entire Boundless Sea area. Now that these 5 clans had all produced godly king experts, it was bound to impact and affect the interests and prestige of the Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sanctuaries. Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sanctuaries did not have any godly king experts now, so there was no need to worry for the time being. However, the Hao Ranjin sect had many godly king experts. In the previous World War, these clans had sent out the strength of their clans to participate in the war. Therefore, they had a very deep understanding of the strength of the Hao Ranjin sect's godly king experts. Only after breaking through to the godly king realm could they deeply understand the gap between themselves and the Hao Ranjin sect's godly king experts. If they were to really fight, they would definitely not be able to last more than 10 rounds before they were finished. Not to mention the invincible Yi Tianzong, who could probably kill them with a single slap. Therefore, the godly king experts of the Sea Dragon Royal Clan, Ice Flood Dragon Clan, Giant Spirit Sea Whale Clan, Azure Sea Mystic Turtle Clan, and Blood Flame Shark Clan. After waiting for the Hao Ranjin sex actions for a long time, they went to the Hao Ranjin sect together while trembling in fear. Yi Zhen, Mo Xian, and Xiao Yuan, who had just broken through to the godly king realm, received them. Sensing the same realm as Yi Zhen, Mo Xian, and Xiao Yuan, the Sea Dragon Divine King, Ice Flood Dragon Divine King, Sea Whale Divine King, Black Turtle Divine King, and Blood Shark Divine King could not help but feel nervous and worried. Chapter 326. Yi Zhen and the other two had a rough idea of what Godly Sea Dragon and the other four were thinking. While they felt proud and amused, they did not keep them in suspense. Mo Xian coughed lightly and said, "We have a rough idea of your intentions. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Originally, after you became godly kings, our Hao Ranjin sect did have thoughts of taking action. There was no need to trouble the sect master and the supreme elders. The three of us are enough." At this point, Mo Xian purposely paused for a moment. After seeing the nervous expressions of Godly Sea Dragon and the other four, he continued. However, after consulting with the sect master, he only said one sentence. "All living things are free in the frosty sky. If the world wants to grow, there must be some excitement. Give all living things a chance." According to the sect master's instructions, we dismissed the idea of taking action. We will give you a chance. We will not suppress you on purpose, nor will we restrict your development. Everything will be based on the principle of free trade. You will be exempted from the resources you have to hand over every year. However, you have to understand that this is not because our Hao Ranjin sect is afraid of you. Instead, the sect master is benevolent and is willing to give all living things a chance to compete for freedom. If you dare to commit heinous crimes and destroy the interests of our Hao Ranjin sect and the Sky Pillar Camp, then don't blame our Hao Ranjin sect for taking thunderous measures. After hearing Mo Xian's words, Godly Sea Dragon, Godly Black Tortoise, and the other four heaved a long sigh of relief, thinking that their lives were saved. Then, all of them respectfully faced the empty seat at the top of Haran's hall and cupped their hands. They said, "Thank you for your kindness, sect master. The rules set by your esteemed sect are extremely important to the development of our endless ocean. We will definitely not break them without permission." After Godly Sea Dragon and the others finished speaking respectfully, they presented the gifts they had brought before they carefully left the Hao Ranjin sect and returned to the endless ocean. As they left, Yi Tianzong's sentence, "All living things are free in the frosty sky. If the world wants to grow, there must be some excitement. Give all living things a chance," had also spread to all the forces in the four major regions and the endless ocean. All the forces heaved a sigh of relief, because this meant that the Hao Ranjin sect allowed immortal king elites to exist other than their own people and would not deliberately suppress them. As long as it did not harm the interests of the Hao Ranjin sect and did not harm the world, the Hao Ranjin sect did not care who became the divine king. This was great news for those myth realm experts and prodigies who had the ambition to become god kings. Time passed year after year. With the existence of the universal heavenly net, after the profound spirit world merged with the Luoyu world, its speed of development did not stop. With the support of the countless living beings in the world for a year, the profound spirit world's will of the world continued to evolve and strengthen. Its power continued to increase. And with the development of the profound spirit world, as the master of the world, Yi Tianzong had also obtained immeasurable gains. In less than 230 years, Yi Tianzong's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, as well as the principles behind the operation of heaven and earth, had rapidly increased. He had comprehended more than 50% of the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth. Among them, he had comprehended more than 73% of the 108 laws of heaven and earth to break, through to the Divine King realm. Yi Tianzong's realm had reached the mid-Divine King realm, and his strength had increased by more than 20 times. When a Divine King comprehended more than 73% of the laws of heaven and earth, he would break through to the mid-Divine King realm. 76% would break through to the late Divine King realm, and 79% would break through to the peak Divine King realm. Other than the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth and the principles behind the operation of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong's spiritual cultivation had also increased by a lot. His spirit was one with heaven and earth, observing all living beings. After becoming the master of the world for more than 200 years, his spiritual realm, which was originally at the early profound heart realm, had directly broken through to the late profound heart realm. The spirit mystic embryo was floating in a mysterious space, constantly absorbing and spitting out energy from a mysterious space. The surroundings were filled with a mysterious aura and ripples. One could faintly hear the heartbeat coming from the spirit mystic embryo, which was the birth of the spirit god. Yi Tianzong's figure sat on top of the spirit mystic jade butterfly. His spirit was one with heaven and earth, quietly comprehending the mysteries of the profound spirit world. Time slowly passed, and another 60 years had passed. Yi Tianzong opened his eyes that had been silent for a long time. His eyes were mixed with the mysteries of heaven and earth, and vaguely there was the rise and fall of heaven and earth. Is it time? Time passed so quickly, but the harvest is not bad. There are no more secrets in this world to me. If I don't have the position of the master of the world, then so be it. Anyway, the highest authority of the spirit mystic jade butterfly and all living beings Skynet is still mine. Without the position of the master of the world, it doesn't affect me much. Yi Tianzong muttered to himself. Looking at the eye of heaven and earth that gradually appeared in front of him, Yi Tianzong casually laughed and said, "Don't worry. Back then, under the witness of the supreme great Tao of the heavens, I made an oath. 300 years have passed, and I will not go back on my words. But looking at you, it seems that because of the all-living being Skynet, you have improved a lot. The eye of heaven and earth that was formed by the will of heaven and earth, compared to the emotionless coldness in the past, was now a little more intelligent. It could even communicate with Yi Tianzong in a simple manner, which was impossible in the past. Yi Tianzong casually communicated with the will of heaven and earth. After an hour, Yi Tianzong suddenly felt that the 300 years had passed. Then he summoned the Great Tao Contract and directly erased his name from the Great Tao Contract and took back a trace of his soul. After the Great Tao Contract disappeared, Yi Tianzong felt that his connection with the will of heaven and earth had disappeared. This also meant that from today onwards, Yi Tianzong was no longer the master of the spirit profound world. Yi Tianzong looked at the eye of heaven and earth in front of him and said indifferently, "Okay, now that I am no longer the master of the world, you don't have to watch over me anymore." The eye of heaven and earth blinked twice, and then a white light entered Yi Tianzong's body. Yi Tianzong did not panic because he did not feel any malice or threat from the will of heaven and earth towards him. The eye of heaven and earth blinked again, and a message was sent to Yi Tianzong. After Yi Tianzong understood the message from the will of heaven and earth and the white light, he laughed silently. It turned out that after Yi Tianzong removed his identity as the master of the world, the will of heaven and earth of the spirit profound world gave Yi Tianzong a part of the control of heaven and earth. He could use the power of heaven and earth, and he could also cultivate with heaven and earth. In exchange, the will of heaven and earth hoped that Yi Tianzong could control the development of the world for it, and remove the unstable factors that would endanger the world. After Yi Tianzong considered this, he looked at the eye of heaven and earth and said, "This matter has no disadvantages for me. I agree." After Yi Tianzong agreed, the eye of heaven and earth blinked again, and then slowly disappeared. After the eye of heaven and earth disappeared, Yi Tianzong stood up from the spirit-profound jade butterfly that had expanded to a radius of 30,000 miles. He stretched his body, then took a step forward, and instantly returned to the Hao Ranjin sect. At this time, the 7 mountain peaks that the Hao Ranjin sect occupied, after Yi Tianzong became the master of the world, he used the method of creation and completely transformed the Haoran 7 mountain peaks into the most extreme paradise in the entire spirit profound world. The heaven and earth origin energy above the 7 mountain peaks took the form of mist, and it was extremely dense. Yi Tianzong returned to the Hao Ranjin sect, and first went to see Haoran and the others. Then the next day he went to the Haoran Great Hall to inquire about the current development of the Hao Ranjin sect. In fact, when Yi Tianzong was in Shinhe Heaven and Earth, he already had a very clear understanding of the Hao Ranjin sect's situation. However, as the sect master, he still had to make routine inquiries. It had already been over 100 years since Yi Zhen, Mo Xian, and Xiao Yuan had become god kings. During this period of time, another 5 god kings had broken through. They were the previous lord of the Cultivation Inheritance Hall, Li Qingyang, the lord of the Scriptures Hall, Wang Changyin, the lord of the Martial Arts Lecture Hall, Zhao Molin, the lord of the Artifacts Hall, Ming Qingyun, and the lord of the Administration Hall, Gu Yuanjun. As a result, in addition to Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and Yi Haoran, the Hao Ranjin sect still had 8 divine kings. Moreover, all of them had become divine kings after comprehending 3 types of laws. They were all outstanding among divine kings of the same level. In addition to the 5 new divine kings in the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred lands each had a divine king who had successfully become divine kings. After that, a divine king had appeared in the southern wasteland and the northern frontier, respectively. The boundless ocean also had 3 new divine kings. In other words, in the past 100 years, the entire profound spirit world's foundation had exploded, and 22 new divine kings had appeared. In addition to Yi Tianzong and the other 18 divine kings from before, the profound spirit world now had a total of 40 divine kings. It could be said that the world had flourished to its peak. However, as a price, hundreds of 6th heaven mythical realm experts had been completely annihilated in the process of becoming divine kings without passing the test of the heavenly lightning tribulation. As for the living beings in the western region, because they had all migrated from the other 3 regions, there were very few mythical realm experts. Therefore, in the next few thousand years, there would not be any divine kings.